Swap your old gas fire for a new Hot Swap 7 at British Gas Northwestern.
From the very, very old to the very, very new, everybody gets a choice.
The Hot Swap 7 fires, only £132 each, fitted and working, after a £10 allowance on your old fire. Pay £10 down and nothing more till February. See the Hot Swap 7 in your gas showroom now.
From the very, very old to the very, very new, everybody gets a choice.
Hi, I'm back here. That was slick.
Both podcasts.
The following podcast contains some strong language. Alright, cool. We went to go these. I can't even tee you up as well, so. Previously on Confessions of a Matrix. All I ever wanted to do was go to school, be happy, be free. When I went to football, you can't take drugs, you can't smoke, you can't take alcohol.
When I heard that you had gone to Crystal Palace, it was like a feather in my cap because you're my player.
This is the moment I've worked hard for. So much has happened in my life. Please God protect me in this game.
There's a name that keeps popping up. I know of him as well. Daryl Facey.
We were kind of sitting like teenagers. From the side of the bed, looking at each other like, what's going on? And Bill was like, yeah. Open the duffel bag and like 60k euros. So I remember at that moment, I was thinking, what the hell's going on?
60k, he's right for that.
I'm looking at this guy and he's like, he wants to sleep with the money. I've never seen that type of money in my life, never knows a bit in that moment. So a few things crossed my mind. I was thinking like, what's happening in football?
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Like, as a gaffer, like, or more important, like, as a gaffer giving money to Dora, like, it's a joke. You know, one of the boys was like, oh, yeah, I'll take it to sleep with the money. I'm thinking, what the hell? He was staying in my room, but whilst me and my friend got back to the room, I was like, well, should we check on Del and make sure Del's okay? So a lot of these things crossed my mind. Then the following morning, we go for our team walk, then we get on the coach. Everyone's gone to the back of the coach where he used to play cards and things, and Del's like, yeah, you know the money's on the coach in the bag. And I'm like, bro, you can't leave it there. What happens if someone loses that money? That's the first thing I thought. Forget the money. What happens if that money goes missing? Then we got off the coach going to the change room. Hour before kickoff. So Northampton away, 60 grand in the change room, and there's 4 of us that know what can happen. A 1-goal deficit before the first half. Then there was in the change room with the money in the actual change room. And that was a vivid picture. But then he needed to notify the guy. Are they in or they're out?
The investigator has highlighted suspicious betting patterns.
They've not been found guilty of fixing games.
Among those arrested are several football players.
I'm Moses Swaybu, and this is Confessions of a Matrix, episode 2, By Any Means Necessary. Was this the time? Was it right? My first manager, Andy Brogan, always said, if you do the right thing, you're going to go football. This didn't seem like the right thing. Going 1-0 down before half-time. I was like, yeah, nah,
This ain't the time.
this ain't the time. Hell no, we ain't doing it. And it turned out, us players, the ones Delroy brought to the meeting with the Russian match fixer, we were on the bench anyway. So maybe Del didn't do the best job of setting up the fix.
Was there, just in hindsight, was there a moment where you thought, why?
Yeah, 100%. So it crossed my mind, I was like, nah, man, there's too much to do because in football, when you're flying, you're here, you don't think about anything else. Football can very much seem like it isn't a career because you're just used to, I just want to play football, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Not once did I ever think, Troy, I want to earn X amount of money. Like, I didn't have an agent, I didn't go into contracts and think, oh, let me get X amount, I was like, I just want to play football, so money wasn't really an option in my head that would have swayed me to say yes at that time.
Let's get all the classified football results now with James Alexander.
League 1. Northampton Town 2, Lincoln 1.
So when we got back on the coach, they was taking the money. So the following morning, they were like, yeah, come, let's go. Give the guy back the money. So he didn't need all of us, but we're all there. So I'm thinking, why do you need everyone to be there? So I don't know whether the guy may have said to him, make sure the players come back because I want to know that everyone's on board type of thing. So Del took the duffel bag out of the car, gave it back to him, and that was the last time I'd ever heard Delroy speak about match fixing again. Until the morning we were travelling down to the away game, he called me specifically that I'm not, don't say anything about what happened the other day. Yeah, no, you're good now.
When you say something, you might be a little bit insensitive. But when you say anyway, it's me. But it feels like he's grooming you. Like, not in a sexual way, but like in a way of like, I've dropped this in, I know this is it's there, but now I've got to protect myself. So let me big brother, let me act like I'm helping, but really it's one arm here, and the other arm's like, yo, this is still there though. You know what I mean? Like he's got his arm around you, but he's feeding you food that he knows is poisonous.
No, I agree with you, don't trust someone.
Sorry for the word grooming.
It's the correct term because when you really look deep into it, that's what the streets do. And when you're coming from our communities, if someone's helped you out, you're going to turn around and snitch on your brother or snitch on a teammate or say something. Although my time at Lincoln has started really well, just like at Palace, a change of management changed everything.
Just a year after taking the job, Chris Sutton has quit as manager of League Two side Lincoln City. The former Blackburn and Chelsea striker cited personal reasons for his decision to leave. The Imps currently sit 20th in the table, having picked up just 2 wins from 9 games.
Ian and Chris have left at that time.
And then who comes in after?
Steve Tilson comes in.
So you and Steve Tilson didn't know that well, right?
No, terrible relationship.
It's no wins in 4 in all competitions now for Lincoln, who seem to have fallen flat again following the arrival of new manager Steve Tilson.
He turned around and told me to train with the youth team. I think I played like 30 games at the time. Like the majority of 65 will probably start. So I always thought to myself, if I can give myself to like 24 and kind of build up through the leagues, League One, Championship, hopefully Premier League one day, like I saw that in my future. But when the club were like, yeah, we want to let you go, like, what is that? I'm training with the youth team. When new players are coming, they're probably thinking, this guy's shit. And I was like, yeah, I've got to leave this place. So I called a guy from Mark Goldberg. He'd been good to me when I was at Bromley before. But Bromley was in the Conference South. I knew I was taking a big step down again.
So you got to Bromley for the second time under the same manager, the Mark.
Yeah.
And now you get sign-on fee and all of that. Can you just explain like
it was quite,
how that happened?
Yeah, it was quite rare at that time for that level for players to get signing on fees, especially where Bromley were part-time.
Yeah.
So when I re-signed for them, Bromley were not a full-time team.
But you can tell me now, how much you get?
So sign on like £800 a week with like 150 bonus, half check, half cash, and 10 grand signing on fee. So when I left Lincoln, I got
Wait. I love it. You know how much I got from sign on Watford?
This was remember Mark's businessman.
Okay.
Yeah,
this same time, so I signed for Watford the year before in the Championship. I got 25k.
Yeah. It's a lot of money. Yeah.
What do you mean? I'm in the Championship, you're in Bromley.
Yeah, but I had a relationship. I had a relationship with him.
This is what I signed my agent.
It made me want to really go hard that season.
Yeah. So you mentioned obviously Mark there, helping you out and being a businessman. that relationship stemmed from the first time, but how close really were you guys?
I'll say like are really close.
Yeah.
Mark's probably, if I was to call the managers I've had, Mark was the closest thing to home. I felt like when I signed or re-signed, he kind of gave me a feeling. I'm like, you know what, I'm still 24, and even though I've played a lot of games, I can potentially go back into the league, or I can stay here and build with Bromley.
I'm hearing that you were picking a team together.
Yeah. So we used to. So when I first signed,
wait, we need to. You guys got a different relationship.
Yeah.
Because if you're picking a team, it's all that.
I'm picking with him though, by the way.
But you're picking the team.
Yeah.
Because he's asking you, so you're giving me influence.
Yeah.
You get 10 back signing up fee. You're basically at this point, you're a championship player, essentially.
Well, yeah.
Maybe you are.
Mark gave me the influence because maybe in his eyes, this is my opinion.
Yeah.
He kind of saw me as a son.
Okay.
He's given me that confidence to really go high, if that makes sense. Go and take ownership of everything on the pitch. So I orchestrated how that changing room environment was. Remember, we're only training twice a week, so I created a car school for all the boys that come into London, and we all drive into training together. After games, we stay behind, talk about the game, whether we lose, win or draw, and just create like a family environment. And obviously, Mark loved that.
Yeah.
So it took away his actual job because he wasn't very good at like communicating football to the players because he's not a football person. And whilst I created that environment, that quickly changed. We went on a losing streak and Mark wasn't really a man manager, so he got emotional. Our relationship deteriorated. We argued about the team and where it was all going. And this is significant because my girlfriend was pregnant at the time. So whereas before, money and security didn't mean so much to me, it was different now. You know, so I feel I'm losing my edge in training and games. And maybe part of it is I need time off because I'm having a daughter. But a big part of it is, in my mind, I'm thinking, you know what, the most important thing right now in my life is making sure from a financial position, I didn't need to pay for everything that I'm being put under pressure on by the missus.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like, she don't understand football, so I'm almost trying to accelerate my journey to manhood 5 years ahead of what it needs to be done. Because I'm very much...
I think as well what people need to understand is, as footballers, we are the most selfish people ever. If you ask my oldest son who's 15 next week, he's probably had 5 days one-on-one, 5 days, max. But I was always, and probably you're in a similar situation, I'm providing, so you get one or the other. You can't have both. Yeah. And I think that's where you're kind of getting to, like, well, I have to provide, because I'm probably not going to be there as much. Yeah. With the football, do you know what I mean?
And like, when I'm having those thoughts, I'm thinking like, one thing I've always missed, man, I can't allow my daughter to come into life A minus. Ooh. So my daughter can't come into this world whilst I'm on the back foot. Why the daughter? So this is the thing. If I'm going to be brutally honest with you, sorry, I'm just no. It's actually a good. It's a good point you made because I was never expecting to be in that position. So up until that point, I was still trying to figure it out. So I had this perfect version in my head where I'm with my childhood sweetheart, we planned for my daughter. Everything up until that point was me going having a short trajectory. So just because of who I am, I know there's always an opportunity.
I'm with you as well because I think this is where we'll start with that clash. For our approach to those situations are so different. When I had my son at 20, I was fucked. I had no one, I was still living with my mom. I had no car. I was done. Fuck, I need to make this happen. In my opinion. And I think the way I did it, not trying to go wild and joy, fucking by no stretch of imagination, is what 90% of people listening to this will go, we are recording. Yeah, I didn't plan to my son as well, we figured it out. But you took a different route.
Spoiler alert, started fixing matches for me.
Yeah, so I remember the training session we did our job around the pitch, and my teammates come up to me like, "What was like, what you did tomorrow?" I'm like, "No, nothing." I was kind of like, "Oh, you come to the meeting after training." Then he said it to me in a way like, "You know, there's these guys that fix matches."
Yeah.
I didn't say anything. Continued jogging around me. I knew they made me 60 bags at the end of that conversation, and I was like, "You know what? Talk to me about it tomorrow." So the following day, when I spoke to him, he was like, "We need 5. That's exactly what he said. We need 5. The first thing I said to myself was, "There's me, there's you. Who are going to be the other 3? You're not going to go to your captain or the goalkeeper or someone that's actually going to go and tell somebody. You're going to go to somebody that you can attract, or one of the boys." But then even with that, you know,
the vulnerable ones.
100%. I'd already strategized in my mind how a pitch will work and look like from the people that I can approach. I remember I've got the influence on the team. I know if you're a winger, you're doing step overs and doing your thing in training. I know if you can't do that on a Saturday, there's something up here that ain't clicking.
Yeah.
So he may be able to do it, but he ain't got the right mentality.
I've put here, no joke, show this paper for people in the classic. Because I'm a people person. So I put strategize it. This is me looking at you. You strategize, know people really well. You have a small circle, needs to look after them. Organise the lead out of the game.
Crazy, man.
From David Blaine, share looked at that.
Yeah, man. That's
But you knew, like,
yeah, I knew.
You knew you were beginning.
I knew. You mentioned a good thing when I'm having a Dora experience, where it's like you don't realise you're being groomed. Because when you're being groomed, you become groomed.
From my understanding of Darren, I don't know him personally, never met him, but I know people around him who he is orchestrator and leader, and he falls off what he wants to happen. I feel like the guy who came to you tried to be that. I don't even know where the rest of the story's going, but I know you already understand. You've got no problem, I'll take that off you, and now you become that.
It was like you were there, you got it.
Yeah, it's like, I understand people quite well.
You got it straight away. Going into that meeting, I'm going to be honest with you, Troy, there was nothing that could have got in the way. I didn't know what was at the end of that. I didn't know we were going to get money.
Yeah.
I just knew going into that meeting, they gave me 60 grand that I needed to take. I didn't think it was necessary.
So with that then, talk us through. Tell me about this meeting.
We're driving to the Mayfair Hotel.
What we're talking, 2011 as well?
2012,
yeah, 2000 people that don't know, Mayfair, that was the spot.
That was the spot.
The bar in there was going off.
That's exactly where we had the meeting, sidewalk, the back. I remember walking into the Mayfair Hotel and I had an old fashioned.
Good time.
Yeah, old fashioned.
And as you drink?
Old fashioned, we probably waited like half an hour. I could tell my teammates were nervous, but I'd seen another player from another team. Like he was older, he just retired. Why isn't he? So he was like, yeah, when you've got to think about the game tomorrow, like, to be part of the striker. You should be playing the football league. He's like, alright, cool, stay there, stay there. Exactly how he said it, so he was like, finish your drinks. Then I
Was he the conduit that he was the guy?
I already knew from body language that he had much more experience in doing this than what I've seen before.
Yeah.
And
even more than Delaware as well.
Yeah, even more than Delaware. Like, so he made us, but he made me feel much more confident going into that meeting because he was calm. Like, he wasn't panicking. So my experience with people that are really calm, there's a tone that's set in that space that allows someone like myself in that time to be, oh, wow, this is cool, man. Let's go upstairs and see what's happening. So we clicked on the lift. All of us ran into
a conference room.
Oh, the actual auditorium, yeah. The room that we went into was at the other end of the corridor. And from what I remember, I just remember that colour red in like a really royal type of colour. So you actually smell the essence of something that smells expensive. And before you even go in there, you're feeling like taking in a breath and breathing out and like that. This environment ain't like how outside is or where we're coming from those communities, because psychologically you're kind of almost, I wonder what's around the corner, what's going to happen. It was almost like walking into a film set because it felt very strange. When we went into the room, I remember opening the door first. Lower than the night train, this guy's like 5 foot, standing up, thinking, what the fuck? He sat down on the bed, turned his back to us.
He looked at
Yeah, turned his back, started doing something on his laptop, but he's smoking. Yeah, thinking, well, we can't smoke in this laptop.
The man in charge, he spins his back because he's like,
Maybe
I just wanted to know who's in, how many, cool.
But then it's crazy because he didn't know English.
Oh, okay.
So as he turns his back and speaking his native language, it's being translated to us. He's sitting with his back to us, watching the TV, flicking his cigarettes, lighting up another one, flicking his cigarettes. Translator standing up. This guy was probably around 20, slim glasses. He's like, oh, do you not want a drink? He's like, oh, no, we had some drinks downstairs. He's like, yeah, got straight to the point. The translator was very specific with what he wanted. So
what specific?
We need you guys to lose 2-0 in the first half only. So however those goals come in the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, just make sure it's 2-0 in the first half. After that goal, whilst we were given instructions, he gave us a bag. And remember, at that time, we were already getting brown paper bags from Bromley on our wages.
It was a normal thing.
It was a normal thing. You know, half check, half cash. We used to battle who's getting more, who's one's like. But this time, I felt the weight. And I was like, shit, this is a couple grand in me. Translated. Keep the money.
Yeah.
If you don't want to fix the game, keep the money. Thank you for coming to the meeting.
Yeah, it's like, basically, you know, they overtake now. Yeah. So, you get involved.
So everyone took the bag and it was like, look, tomorrow, let us know whatever you guys are going to do.
Question on, but teammates, were they scared?
Yeah, man, scared.
And then what was the chat with them?
That's when they said, who the fuck's that? The first thing they said, the fuck? Yeah, they've got the money in their hands. So it's not like you can go back upstairs and say, yeah, take it back.
You get in the car. You're set, you know, I mean, person A was in the car with you. Are you like, is he asking those questions? Are you like, yo, I'm doing this and trying to, your confidence makes him come in like, yeah, you are it, so am I.
It was more so, what do I think they're going to decide?
Okay, so you two were chatting really about your car and you were chatting about car.
In my mind, yeah, the first thing I said to myself, Trey, was, how do you figure this stuff out on your own?
Oh.
I knew that meeting with those specific instructions, it made me think, and I was like, you know, you can actually do this on your own. But I think I can do it on my own.
Yeah.
I knew my teammates were very hesitant, even if they said yes. One of them probably ain't going to do nothing. 3 of them are surprised.
Yeah.
So leading up into that game, I was like, I'm doing it. Next time, on Confessions of a Match Fixer, I'm driving my automatic car with my leg and I'm like shifting all the cash over, like pushing the, and it's probably like 100 grand.
You get pulled in cash now.
Yeah. Came over.
It's the 1980s, and and a young bodybuilder named William Dillon leaves rural Illinois behind for sun-drenched California in search of a supersized American dream. To get absolutely jacked.
When you're muscular, when you're big, you get respect.
But he's about to discover the secret to why so many of the bodybuilders around him are getting ripped quick. This is the story of the biggest illegal steroid operation the United States had ever seen.
Literally hundreds, if not 1,000 needles came down like the heaven was falling.
I'm Natalia Petrozella. From BBC Radio 4, this is Extreme Muscle Men. Listen first on BBC Sounds.
BBC Sounds. Music, radio, podcasts.
The following podcast contains some strong language. Previously on Confessions of a Matrix. If I was to look at all the managers I've had, Mark was the closest thing to home that quickly changed. I'm losing my edge in training and games. My daughter can't come into this world whilst I'm on the backfield. My teammates come up to me like, there's these guys that fix matches. I just knew going into that meeting, they gave me 60 grand I'm willing to take. By any means necessary. So leading up into that game, I was like, I'll do it.
So, not only when you're in the point of, I'm doing this, you do all of that, like you just fully committed that this first game, he's going.
Did you have a fee? So just over like 100 grand?
Okay.
So this was like 5 players, 20 grand each. That was the only thing that was on my mind for. The 21st of August 2012, Eastern versus Bromley. For the Six to be successful, we need to get 2 down by half time. I remember like getting very, it was almost like it was yesterday. You know, when you play certain away games, you just, there's something in the air, like front it's lit, pitch is flat. But all I can think about was, if this is actually true, there's still an element of it's too good to be true. In the first 5 minutes of that game, I'm telling the winners to hold back, but they're attacking. Everyone that was at that meeting, they were playing like they're trying to go to the Premier League, and I'm like,
what are you doing?
Like, I can't shout on the pitch, but I'm like, yo, like,
remember what you said?
Relax on the counter attack.
Yeah.
Like, I quickly realised that in that moment that even though you can say you do something, you're having natural human instincts that ain't allowing you to do that. So imagine I get the ball and I try and go forward. I'm naturally going to do it. So I can see the hesitancy in what they're trying to do, but it's really strange. They actually ended up playing better for it.
Well, because
it's crazy. They actually played better in that game than they did a lot of games that weren't fixed. But in that moment, it's almost like a switch. And my switch was
guilty conscious, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. And on the pitch whilst they're shouting, remember, we're not in front of 10, 15.
You have to
hear every word. I'm like, yeah, we're trying. We're trying.
Yeah.
Chill, we're trying. Midfielder's running to the box. He's giving away a pen, and I'm like, he wasn't even involved. So he ain't getting paid. They were 1-0 up, but as the time ticking, the striker played for the county and the district when we were younger, but I knew he was one of the best strikers in the league, and I'm like, I'm actually trying to help you score goals and can't score. Man, this is open play. This is like halfway line, get the ball and turn type of stuff. He wasn't even doing that on a flat pitch. I don't want to run the risk of having another meeting, but I don't know what the outcome of that meeting will be because do you not owe them 5 grand?
All these thoughts go through your mind as the game's going on.
Yeah, man. Remember, in Eastbourne Stadium, you have the clock. I just remember looking back at the clock, 45 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but I'm like, nah, this ain't happening.
Just get there, like 43, 44, I know it's not watching FIFA.
I'm looking at the clock and I'm hearing, I'm trying. Ball got that way. one of the wingers is the worst defensive person in our squad. And he's just running back, and I'm thinking, fucking hell, man. Like, I'm looking at the clock, and as he's crossed the ball, he's like, kind of crossed it mid. But he, winger, or might have been fullback, he's cutting him up. If there was video of that game, you'd have seen him grab the ball. That's all like, he literally grabbed the ball and put his hands in his head, and I'm like, oh my daily turn. And I remember having that feeling in my chest, like, of anxiety and not nerves, more so like panic. It's almost like an adrenaline rush. Like Cold goes in 2-0. And I remember going in at half time, putting my head down, and the gaffer was like, what the fuck is going on?
I'm Moses Swaylu, and this is Confessions of a Matchless Son. Episode 3, The Middleman.
I just thought it was too good to be true, man. No, this is way too good to be true. It's the only thing that was running in my mind, I went on my phone, and all I saw was a thumbs up from the translator. Thumbs up. So I was like, going back to the meeting that we had at Mayfair Hotel, the moment the fix is in, play normal.
Yeah.
So when we come out in the second half, now it's back to normal. So if you watched that game, you would have known something would have happened because everyone's playing like the front foot. We're attacking defensively, up marking right side, dropping short, being aggressive, almost playing the puppet master in the game. So here's a game of chess. He's taking something, where do I come back? They ended up scoring again. The game ended 3-0. After that game, it was actually said in the change room by Lucky Boys.
Playing to fair. Did you not talk about it at any point in that?
Sure, if I'm going to be honest with you, man, no emotion came from my body, man.
Now, what I mean by that is, this is me saying that. I think, I actually, no, let me be really fair. I think you do love football, but I don't think you love football. Do you know what I mean? I love football. So when you lose it, and me and you go like, it's alright, so that's 20 bucks. I'm fuming. And I'm like, it was late, but how the fuck can you sit there and be like, we lost that game, and I got 20 again, and I'm happy.
Yeah, that's
the little thing. I eat like little kids with a chest at home, like that ain't happening. I've got to win. Do you know what I mean? So
you're right in what you're saying because, like, if I'm going to be brutally honest and give it to you 100%, I don't even care. In that moment, I don't give a shit.
After the game had finished, the players were like, yeah, we've done it. I've got a phone call, a voice and an accent I didn't even recognize. He said, Moses, I was in a game. Let's go to the Mayfair Hotel. And that's how I first met the syndicate's middleman.
Eastbourne to London was probably like an hour and a half, 2 hour journey back.
Yeah.
So the man that came to watch the game jumped in my car.
So the middleman said to me, you know what I'm going to do? Because I know you tried. You're going to take all their money. And I said, what do you mean? And he was like, you're going to take all their money. I was like, I've never done this to take all their money. He said, if you don't take it, then I will. I'm like, can't do that. And I can do whatever I like. So I'm driving in the car with him next to me and arguing. Instinct starts kicking.
And I remember the player just pinging me like, where's the money, where's the money, where's the money? And he's explaining, let's check into the Mayfair Hotel. The money's going to come in 24 hours. And I'm like, there's no way we're leaving. So I told the boys, come to the Mayfair Hotel. Everybody's going to stay there. He's going to book a room and we'll wait for 24 hours. Throughout that night, no one believed that the money was coming. This middleman gave us that feeling that he's going to do something with that money. the moment it comes. So it won't cool, smooth, relaxed. So the following morning, he explained when the money's going to go over to East London that I have to go and drive from the Mayfair Hotel and pick it up. I've gone from Mayfair Hotel in my car.
Gone you up?
I went with the middleman, drove all the way to East London. But throughout the whole journey, he just kept saying to me, "No, just keep the money. Don't give it to them." I was there at the game, I watched the game, don't give it to them.
Right.
And that's my teammate.
Yeah, so obviously, like, he's the snake in the middle.
Yeah.
But you know, because I'm thinking, I'm a by far not to say people, but I think we're going to say intensities. And you're not thinking, yeah, you plus guy X are traveling. In my head, I'm thinking, this is settled. This is settled. Just like this is it.
You know what? I already took a risk though. So, again, my mentality back then was, in a way where I was prepared for whatever came, if that makes sense. So,
Yeah,
it's not in a violent way or like something bad's going to happen, but I'm ready for what I signed up for. Yeah. As in, you know what, F it. Whatever happens, happens. If it happens, there's money at the end of this. If it doesn't, we just ain't doing it again, but I've got my £5 grand.
Yeah.
So for me, it was a win-win situation.
So we arrived in Canning Town. This is where we're supposed to get the money. Someone's going to turn up, but there's no one there. We have to wait. Me and him sat in the car.
So say you sat in the car with this middleman who don't really know, was not.
Well,
yeah.
But what was really unique about that moment, his French, by the way, so leaving the following morning to go back to France.
So as of tomorrow, the Frenchman isn't even going to be the middleman no more.
I connected his phone to the car. I got a phone call from the boss. So the boss is ringing me. And I pressed the button straight away.
That's it.
Translator's translating, it's like, the players got paid. I was like, no, not really. This is what happened. And I explained, we had to wait 24 hours, players had to come, players were not happy because we weren't sure the money was going to get given. He was like, take this number, put the number in my phone, it was like, send me a text. Then he sent me a text and it was like, come and meet us.
The Frenchman's going back to France, and now I've got a meeting lined up with the actual match fixers. But that was for later, because in that moment, I was only focused on getting that money. I think we're waiting for around 20 to 30 minutes before someone actually showed up.
He looked like a student.
Yeah.
The back came and saved his guys.
Okay.
And I remember, as he's handing it over the car window, he just put it like a football. So I kind of felt like the way from I'm driving on that car with one leg and I'm like shifting all the cash over that, pushing the seat back, all the way down on that racing. Like a Formula 1 car, and it's probably like 100 grand just like it was there.
Even in a situation at that point, if you get pulled with cash now,
Game over.
Game over. So yeah, when you were driving back, then you were going there to get it, to get one.
That's the first time since I had that car actually put 2 grand in the room. I'm being serious. I didn't even look left and right. My tents are like a wheel.
Yeah.
Anyone looking into the car will see 2 black guys.
Yeah.
So I knew, worst case, I'm going to be honest with you, Trey, if police had pulled us, I would have stopped.
Yeah.
I'll run the risk of running off and probably leaving that car.
You just fix it there, you've got 100% GPs in your car, you don't know. You got 100 grand cash.
In my public transport.
Yeah, I'm not saying this is what any young person should do, but I go up London Bridge, like I'm Fast and Furious. You can't see this, man. I'm talking for you, but I feel like I've morphed into you in this situation. You're playing either one of 3 things. You go in your car and go, let's go spend this money to all mine. You go 2, let's go back to my lads, you give it the money, one time was enough, and then the third is, I can be the boss here. And I can really take this to where it needs to go.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair. The last one was probably, I think, when I'm driving back, and obviously I've never had that amount of money in my possession ever. It wasn't until I actually got to the hotel and I saw the glint in everyone's eyes. I remember they're thinking they're getting 20 grand. And I'm like, nah, I'm taking the further route.
But what makes you go, F these, you're going to get this? I'm speaking long term there. You know, you're probably going to lose again. You probably want to use the same people again. You probably will want to stick them in the first one. You can pay them, or you can go, nah, I'm the boss now, you will get what you give. I know that's really right, I'm trying to understand why you did that. Like, I'm going to drive back, all these stuff go through it on the way back, I imagine. You've got the cash now, you've got the direct contact to the big boss, and you've got these guys. Is it a fair assumption to say? And you can correct me if you're wrong. You look at like, these guys are going to do nothing anyway. The players. Like, you know, we want to better give something in the so he'll get what he gives.
Do you know how quickly we do this? Things that actually in my place. So while I treat them, why am I treating them like equal? So whilst the players, I don't give them 20 grand, I get them some money.
Yeah.
And they're pissed off and they're like, yeah, no man, you're ripping this off like that. This is what it is, man. Then I asked them one question and I said, if you want in, you got to be 100. If you don't, this is going to happen with or without you.
Yeah, I think your plays from, you didn't know this was going to be a group. Whatever line of work you wanted to go to, you were going to be successful. Whichever line of work you wanted to go to. Because you're too smart to know. You should be this excited that this is one better tickling balls, and you're like, I'm going with that, because I like it, it's fast, it's quick, it's, do you know what I mean? It's a lifestyle, it's a notoriety towards it. And I see it with a lot of criminals, whether it be mafia or people that we know about the street. They can read people, it's a skill set you've got, you can go like that. I know that, I know that, I know that, I can read a room in 10 seconds. I can learn that from streets and looking. When I'm on the basketball court and he goes to that school and I go to that school and I think you learn their lessons there and then just got better. Take that and that practice all the time. Fair?
Yeah, that's good. What really helped me in my career is I need to get away from everything. I focus on myself and I build that darkness in my mind. I know that feeling when I think is okay in the pitch. So I was like, no, nothing ain't important right now. It wasn't until I had that conversation with the main guy. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get to a stage where I need to be able to do a little bit more.
I feel like in every mafia movie, every game, there's always a big boss. In this one, you this fight for, but he's still at the beginning of one of the big. So he's like, right, this is the guy that I want.
Every man's got to fight.
Yeah, every so he's got to the car. Said, come and meet me. Did you walk us through their steps?
Got a real personal one-to-one meeting with them. Took place just off Town Bridge.
Okay.
So I booked an Airbnb at the time. It's like an apartment. Booked on my name. I was when we walked in, it was like 26 or 24. That's what it was. Like, come on, do my deposit. Then he explained to the one in
a better word, you're all dating is whatever.
Next time, on Confessions of the Mattress, you go to the field that could be a toilet, or a board, or a money stack. You never look at half my knees up into about 2 foot or 6 foot 3. I didn't like how that made me feel. Yeah, and that power is fun.
On BBC Sounds, this is Sports Strangest Crimes. From a man who tried to buy cricket.
One night, one game, one takeoff, who the US with a
The kidnap of a super horse.
Of course it was. How was that children on?
The ill-advised errand changed the F1 forever.
It will haunt people involved for as long as they live.
A $1 trillion takeover which never took off.
Fraudsters of this level, they will never stop.
The mysterious death of a superstar cyclist.
Anything in the world of professional cycling was like joining a mafia.
And teammates becoming bitter enemies at one of the biggest football clubs in the world.
Betrayal, drugs. We've gone beyond women's football in France.
Sports Strangest Crimes. Listen on BBC Sounds.
BBC Sounds, music, radio, podcasts.
The following podcast contains some strong language. Previously on Confessions of the Mattress. On my phone. And all I saw was a thumbs up from the translator. The fix is in. I'm driving in an automatic car with one leg and shifting in cash. And it's probably like 100 yards.
From one meeting, you've done, like, you're looking at me, you're having conversations with he's like, how far are you on the relation? So one better word, you're all dated is forever.
They love saying that. They say it so
Match fixing is not simply a sort of victimless crime. It's like anything that's connected to large international criminal syndicates, and it feeds into other endeavors they have, drug peddling to prostitution, human trafficking, political corruption, etc. And it's all part of a larger flow of the illegal movement of money, the illegal manipulation of movement of cryptocurrencies. The matchfixer that you see is outgoing, gregarious, social, good with people, his pockets are full of cash, he's a fun guy to be around. But behind him, really, are these other layers of people. And when we talk about the most sophisticated match-fixing operations, they trace back to Southeast Asia. And they're really looking at people like yourself and others in the game as marks, as targets, as people to corrupt, simply for their own venal goals.
I know this way that this is Confessions of the Mattress. Episode 4, Taking Over the World.
tell me more about just how big and dangerous it could be. So I contacted this guy and we got on a video call.
My name is Brett Forrest. I'm an investigative reporter at the Wall Street Journal, and I'm also the author of a book called The Big Face, which is about match fixing. Match fixing is the scourge of the game, and it's also sort of the dirty secret. Match fixing has been around since there have been matches in just about every sport in human history. But if we want to talk about football or soccer, just in my country, boy, it's rampant throughout the game, principally because the game is so popular everywhere. Interpol said that the market for only football or soccer betting internationally, annually, is $1 trillion. It's an incredible number. It's hard to get your head around. And that's combined with legal and illegal betting. Think about the fact $1 trillion a year is sitting there and acting as sort of a cloak behind which you can place your match fixing bets. And the real problem here is that so many of these games are offered on betting sites. And many of these gambling sites are in the black or gray market administered by organized crime throughout the world, principally in Asia.
Would you say that this is something that's gone on for decades?
So I wouldn't say that it's a recent phenomenon. There are several sort of seminal moments in the history of match fixing. And we might look at an episode which I'm sure you're aware of called the Lights Out Scandal, the Lights Out Fix, which was really the first attempt by an Asian criminal syndicate to disrupt, to influence the outcome of an ECW match.
Maybe you remember this. Around 1997, string of Premier League matches, grass was hall, floodlights fell. It was all over the place.
Premier League is to investigate the standards of power supplies at football grounds after a match last night between Wimbledon and Arsenal was abandoned when floodlights failed at Selhurst Park. It's the third time this season that a Premier League game has been blacked out.
Fans thought the floodlights were failing because the stadium was getting on. But that wasn't what was going on at all. It was actually part of the plan by the agency.
What they did was to get an inside guy who was working at the facility who they brought into the scheme and they prevailed upon him to shut the lights off at an opportune moment in the match.
If the game goes beyond half-time, the bookies will pay up on the full-time results, even if the game is bad. So with the floodlights down, the match fixers will literally stop the game the moment they got the result they needed.
That really was a watershed moment because that showed the criminal elements in Southeast Asia were getting that ambitious and that brazen, and they were getting their act together to be able to place the amount of bets at the right time to reap the great reward. So from that point on, we've seen criminal syndicates in Asia blossom in terms of match fixing, become ever more brazen. And it's not just the fact that each country has a national team, or many countries have professional leagues, but there are so many different strata of the game in every country, from youth leagues to different levels of professional leagues. So while fans of the game may not be confronted with the issue because they're watching the best leagues with the most well-paid players, referees, coaches, managers, administrators, at some of the lower levels of the game, they are the most vulnerable to corruption. Yeah, I would say your experience is not common. It's not the common one for the player. What you were attempting to do was actually, get more deeply involved in the machinations of understanding how the machine works.
The syndicate recruited me to identify which players to approach to fix across my patch and conquer itself.
really figure out who the most influential person is.
Okay, what's the process for that?
So the process, who's captain, who's vice captain, who's been there for more than 2 years, who's gone there and come back, how many games have played in like the last 2 years. This is the thing. Being the middleman, I've got to build the network. The players I knew in the Conference South were mainly clubs in and around London. It was impossible for me to get to know every player in teams further afield, but I've always had knowledge. So if you don't know someone in that team, you may reach out to someone on social media, or because I was out so much playing, I knew where every footballer from Conference to the Premier League hangout went, gamble, betting, through a connection in the club or the casino or like in just trying to life. I could have a conversation. Like, such and such place for this, like, what's he doing next season, for example? Usually 9 times out of 10, through understanding the doing like that, the majority of people turn around and think yes. Imagine Paul like 15 minutes, the one who came on just being able to get played.
What was the selection process for this group of 15? So 50 players desperate to get in.
You could, I don't know how it is about the top level, but it's not hard to find out the weight questions. It's not hard to do. I don't know how much money she's got. I'll ask a question. Who's that only manager that? I'll pay for the game, how much should you pay? I'll pay the game back. Yes,
any information, because you usually are trying to do your contest and get it there.
they know what to do. Whether it comes to you or not, no one can pay the game. So £1,500 is the benchmark. Why am I paying players £500? Give me grand. Sorry, the fact that I have to sit in meetings with players when matches were fixed, so team A was free, team B, now like, can I find some players on them? So if you want to know me, I can do that, I can reach the person that pays me. Then one of the person has me, and I'll just get free for that. Because then it's £500. Depending on the money, yeah, depends on how many people I can do this thing. About that much is fixed. Ways before I was just calm, and I took out the money, and distribute the money to friends. That was part of my job. Collecting cash once again, gathering from the bookings, and delivering to them to 7 places. I'm going to establish businesses. Who are out there?
You got an extra. You go to the extra that could be a sign that was important and broken. So I'm money back. So half my move up to someone on the 63. So I'm flicking through it. I could probably then I'll just set it in rubber bands that's happened, which was again seeing opportunity. And as I see what could go, so depending on what type of back I had, I can always accommodate and compress the money and put it in a safe place because it was grants. So it's like I didn't even love that. I just kept racking it because from every other time and using my hands to actually count the money as well.
Whilst I was carrying that money, I just had like a big backpack with my contacts to check. But at the time, I went on home trips.
Yeah.
I'm like a duffel bag, my wash bag, there's a lot of money in there. I put towels on top of it. Get on the train, underground. I always travel to get in the backpack and the taxi as well. So even one time I had a day where I took a lot of money back from us. Just because it was there. I didn't like how that really power was not. Just like
maybe it was a train.
like losing a train and my neighbor sees something.
If I lose that money, it's not mine. So I don't want the feeling of having a phone call or someone saying where's the money. Because imagine it's living superior and you've lost half a million pounds. So maybe for you to lose that amount of money, you don't know where it's going. I can almost imagine what they would have said. So almost the paranoia I got made me move in a way where I'm like, I
just got to read the situation in the rooms and try and be as normal and just put it in. So I don't wear anything flashy. Just rare times I broke. I when I did try to people had to. Thing is, the Spanish paranoia actually matters.
What made you like working with Civica? Was it discipline? Was it the simplicity of it? What was it?
So working with Civica very much reminded me of my own beginnings, navigating through football. You have to be on time. You have to do what you say. You have to say what you do. You have to work in a team. You have to work in a group. And I liked the discipline. I liked the structure. Was actually an attraction for me before I met them, and even more so when I was actually involved. So a lot of the meetings that I had with them weren't even about match fixing. I remember I used to go to the casino and restaurant and just sit there and just look for an hour or 2 hours every time I've met different members of the syndicate. Just being able to sit down and figure out like, how does this work and why?
Yeah, of course. What was they in this situation? Like, just your feeling here. We hear about what you guys got 100k or you got 20k. What do you reckon they were making in a ballpark figure to make this a viable situation?
Like, a few minutes as I'm going to make it.
Per game?
I'll say one of the games was a minute. Yeah.
Wow.
I know that because when I went to the restaurant, they showed me the system. They showed that showed the true names and how much was being put in life. Like, actually, there's a time where it was an evening game. I've gone to meet them and they showed me the match being put in that and who was doing it. The odds of that market moving. Oh no. So it's really I didn't even know what it was, so I started to see that. And it was in Chinese.
How do you make sure the money's not because you want to be on the right side of the law? That's the fear, right? If the brand control, you want to pick it up on, is it marked, is this, is that, is it who's it belongs to? So how did you convince other players that this money was alright?
It's a good question. It may have been marked, but I would never do it.
Yeah.
It's you. Everyone. I don't think my mentality at the time was, let me check that.
Yeah, it's ready. Yeah, in your mind, you just did the job, right?
I just thought it was, there's no way that they're giving me this amount of money and I'm not doing so.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Was it a throw? Was it genuinely a throw?
I think it was an addiction, man.
Oh yeah?
Like, I was getting money fast and quick. 45 minutes, 90 minutes. That became an addiction, but I didn't realize when I was becoming addicted to it, I was actually addicted to it. Because it wasn't money off the sensation. So a lot of it came from power.
At this point, this is like, for people like this is startless stuff. So the money's coming, spinning it so quick now, you need to fight the basics to do. You know that scene in Starfest where they've got the guy with the bank and then he's like, oh, this is great. But then now it's like, there's loads, and there's like, oh, there's too much money coming in. Did you ever have that kind of moment?
Not only the usual factors, but there was none. Like, it wasn't the same buzz when I first got it.
Yeah.
It was like, when you're probably energetically, when you're making that amount of money, it's like, it's never real. I once said to these guys, I'm not making enough money, and they quickly reminded me, don't be really mad. So the lesson I learned, okay, let me just stay in my lane, do what I need to do. I haven't wondered in my mind, but once I went over the first time, I quickly realized that I was more the cycle just kept going.
The thing is, when we're going through this, I'm putting myself at, I remember hearing these thoughts.
Oh, really?
I remember hearing these thoughts. But I didn't, you don't think it's as real, like it's mythological. It's like, that happened. That does happen, but not for those numbers. Do you know what I mean? Like, No, people ain't making £100 a day. In the pockets. Do you get what I mean? Like that's, I don't know, maybe naivety, maybe the third, fourth hand, you're thinking, maybe the number's 50. And then by the time it's got to me, now it's at £100, so I want to be feeling better.
To be honest, it was getting to a point where it was hard to keep living. Playing not involved in the fix, but getting many good matches and then going and placing bets.
No, for sure. We're from an era and a couple we keep matches.
You know what? I can't blame people for. I can't blame you for that money.
Yeah, but that info must have come from someone who did know.
I knew this boss was penetrating these teams, but I didn't know them directly.
Okay, so
Some of those teams were assets.
okay. Yeah.
And that's like right away from where
Yeah.
I remember going back to the Boston Ten. And obviously, what he said to me was, make them stop going into bookies. But they have to come to us. And I was like, imagine we just finished work on the building site and we were playing on the weekend, but you know your team's going to lose. Players will go and put £100 or £200, but that would raise the detection on the legal markets and say, oh no, you're already better hands.
Was anyone else that knew or was like suspicious or going, oh, that were faces?
So I had to go to Delaware, 6 times in. So I'm actually in 2011 season. And exactly what I said, this is still wrong. What's going on there? What do you mean? I said to him, oh, the league, the fixing stuff. Yeah, that's what I should do over there. I said to him, I don't even know about it. There's no real about it. What you hear, mostly, he already had a mindset in his mind that, you know, let me try to figure something out. So I don't know who he's talking to. You've got to remember, this is a conflict start in 2012. They were playing broadcast time. When people like him are hearing what's going on, you know it's getting good.
Was there a change in being part of the team to being the guy that organised everything with different people across the leagues in your personality and in the way that they treat you?
Yes, with the actual team.
No. Syndicate, purely syndicate, forget football for now.
They stopped having meetings in person because they had so much teams. Anything that happened that was successful, they would have been. So, for example, they'll be like, oh, Moses, what do you think about this and that? Or what do you think you can do? That's too far outside of line. They're moving the Midlands, for example. And they'll be like, well, try and get someone to know them. I'm like, it don't work like that. You physically can't do it. I'm like, okay, well, if you can't do it, we'll find someone else. There was one time that they've gone and done that, and one of their best is coming, and the other team has been framed. One of the text messages I received, they sent me a player's name. This is the first time these things like happen. They sent me a player's name, and I'm like, yeah, we want to go see, get a dress. And I'm like, that ain't never been discussed ever.
Yeah.
This ain't even about fixing now. I was like, no, you know what? Everything's changing. When you're dealing with mattresses, what would you say their common motivators are?
Well, I'll tell you, in life, especially in my line of work, sometimes you run across people who simply have a criminal mind. They're not like the rest of us. You know, these people are not focused on making an honest career. Their moral compass is totally askew, or they don't even have it. It's their business, their criminal business, to know as much as they can about you, so that they can push all of your buttons, manipulate you, and maneuver you to their ends, right?
Next time, on Confessions of a Mattress.
When you say truth of a bully, physical bully or the other? Yeah, or I was going to say,
They're good with
They're giving 5 players a bullet each to take home.
These organised crime, these people that could turn up at any moment and wipe you out. People thinking you're them.
It's the 1980s, and a young bodybuilder named Willie Stillman leaves rural Illinois behind for sun-drenched California in search of a supersized American dream, to get absolutely jacked.
When you're muscular, when you're big, you get respect.
But he's about to discover the secret to why so many of the bodybuilders around him are getting ripped quick. This is the story of the biggest illegal steroid operation the United States had ever seen.
Literally hundreds, if not 1,000 needles came down like the heavens would fall.
I'm Natalia Petrozov. For BBC Radio 4, this is Extreme. Muscle Men. Listen first on BBC Sounds.
BBC Sounds. Music, radio, podcasts.
The following podcast contains some strong language. Previously on Confessions of a Mattress.
I was getting ready fast and quick. 45 minutes, 90 minutes. Like, that became an addiction.
You go to a restaurant, you go to this room that could be a toilet, but there's a door and you open it up and I like that. It went well over past my knees up until like, I feel so number 6 or 3.
I've been doing these people that make 100 bags a day in the cockpit.
Players will go and put 100 or 200 pounds, but that will raise the detection for the legal markets and say, oh, irregular benefits. I remember going back to the most intelligent. What he said to me was, make them stop going into bookies, but they have to come to us.
So, what I know about the league, what it is about it, I remember about you, FA come in and do this, the payments, do that. Was you getting like, people going, oh, I'm going to get a bit closer, or were you thinking that?
I already knew this was literally. So I knew that players would get anyone that acts in bed, but we know this is a blue split conference. Who's going to be paying attention? And then one day we finished training, change room scene. Oh, so I just need to get home. I remember walking past the meal, and the t-shirt was there, said, FA, we believe we're big and camping. And this is Confessions of a Mattress. Episode 5, Feeling the Heat.
I want to touch on Michael birthday.
So Michael and I were at Crystal Palace in our youth team days. Michael was 2 years younger than me.
Yeah.
Me and Michael had a really good relationship. It was almost like a big brother, little brother relationship at Palace. Michael's career didn't pan out the way he thought it was. He was released by Crystal Palace and he ended up playing for Bristol Rovers in League 2 at the time. Michael's left Bristol Rovers and he's come to Bromley's second half of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember having conversations with Michael and I was like, oh man, like, I know it's you, man, big bro, bring me in, man. People knew there was someone in that vicinity field that was making things happen, they just didn't know it was me. He kept asking, and I kept saying no. And the more he asked, I was like, bro, trust me, you don't want to get involved with this. Well, the thing with Michael had a very high sense of naivety. Would have been different if Michael was kind of like from, I'm not saying he's from the streets, but
He hasn't been around. Yeah, he ain't been exposed to much. It was a big bro complex. And even in that moment, it was a burden on me. I'm bringing you into crime. Cutting into the truth. I'm now, if I turn around and bring you in, like it's criminal. And even when I look back at that time, I can't put Michael in a situation that he ain't even ready for, he's not prepared. Looking back though, I think I must have known something within me I wasn't prepared either. Things were getting more serious, more gangster, I'd say.
Is there ever a point that you thought, I could end up in trouble here?
A team were meant to fix the game in the FA Cup. They said yes, they would do it. The translator told me, anybody you bring, give them a body if they don't do it.
Fucking mental. I suppose it poses the question then. You're dealing with gangsters, clearly, because they're sending bullets. So if you've been lying to yourself to be like, I'm with business people, this is a business transaction, I'm making money. Yes, it's illegal, there's more blood lies in your mind. And now the bullets come, and you're like, shit, it is illegal. There is a level that could go to, this is organised crime, these are people that could turn up at any moment and wipe you out. Click a finger, you're done. Is that where the next life of the moment essentially happens for you, where it's like, this ain't all that's cracked up to?
How do I answer that? You know what, Fred?
As honestly as you can.
I don't think I had a moment like that because I kept up my real research. I knew there weren't a charge for this. So as this continued to go on, you don't go to prison for this. The boss time when I said two things.
Yeah.
If you're ever arrested, you don't know. And if you turn around and you say you're going to do something, you do it. So in these moments of when these things were happening, I never once felt that I was in trouble because I maintained everything that they turned around and said. So they didn't do things off the cuff, and if they did do it, it's because something serious has happened. And in those games, I knew they put a lot of money on that FA Cup game because it was an FA Cup game, and something went terribly wrong.
Well, isn't the bullet coming for a massive threat?
Let me put myself in their shoes. Just because I send you a bullet, I'm going to shoot. I don't send you because I send you a bullet. So for example, if you flip it around, they've sent those bullets to send a message to football players. Not criminals, to football players. And when I've gone down my searches previously, no one's been killed from Manchester, especially in the UK.
There you know. I hear that. Here's the challenge. Numerous times you've said you've never met people like this. Everything is thought out. There's a method to the madness and everything. Then you get bullied. That's uncharacteristic to how they behave before. No, but they're giving it. That's what made you go, whoa, hold on.
That's what the reality was at that time. I was thinking, hold on, as much as it's bullets, no one's not firing the gun for this, in my opinion, anyway. They never done that again. Sorry, if I'm going to agree with you, to be honest with you, I did that. At that time, I didn't give a fuck. And in me not giving a fuck, it crossed my mind once that someone's value and that's going to be jeopardized because this is what I'm doing. That's how I want to execute. So why would I care about anybody else? I just didn't care. I was locked in my own situation, and that meant I failed to see a lot of things going on around me. Yeah, I knew about players putting on bets and matches getting fixed left, right, and centre, but I didn't really pay no attention. If I had, then I might have realised that my league, the Conference South, was getting looked at by people and organisations whose job it was to keep the game clean.
Central sportsmen and
Hi, thanks very much. The FA said it had become aware of suspicious betting activity on a number of matches in the Football Conference South. A spokesman said the FA takes the matter of integrity extremely
extremely seriously if they do not confirm any details of investigations or inquiries made, or indeed whether they are ongoing.
Yeah, I've always been interested in sport, and when you see a job advertised when you're in your early 20s that says you can just sit there watching sport all day and apply a bit of maths to a training element of sport, then, you know, I applied for jobs that I saw within the industry, and I was really lucky.
This is Alan Allen. He's a consultant in the gambling industry and an expert in betting methods. He knows how to spot this match.
How would you describe how bets are actually placed?
Yeah, so making the odds is it's a mathematical equation. You look at the chance of something happening, and then you attribute that chance via a percentage to a price. The best way I can describe it in the most layman terms is that if I gave you a coin and said if you toss this, will it be heads or tails? There's only two outcomes that can happen. There's a 50% chance of it being heads, and there's a 50% chance of it being tails. So the price will be even. When I first started working in non-league football, I was working for a company that were a betting company, and they were sponsoring non-league football. And there was a couple of games in Eastern Europe where we saw unusual activity, maybe too many bets on one thing, or things way out of where you normally expect the market to go. And those things were happening, you were paying out people that had won, and the company were losing money, and you'd interrogate maybe why the company had lost money. And a lot of the time it was in Eastern European and far-flung places. And then again, that sort of almost reinforced the attitude that it doesn't happen in the UK, we'll be absolutely fine. But then we get to the situation where you've got foreign elements and Far East games that are hiding money through the Asian markets and paying players to pick down.
In 2012, 2013, Alan was working as a PR manager for Blue Square Bet, the sponsor of the Conference South League, and this was right around the time when I was fixing games.
I was in a unique position. I was working for the sponsors of the league, so there's loads of media around the league. I'm probably doing about 7 or 8 interviews a week just on what I thought was happening in games or how these prices moving. And then the other element is I've got our traders coming to us saying, you know, we're offering matches in what was then called the Blue Square South. We're offering matches in the Blue Square South. We've just run the numbers. We're losing 7% in that league. They're looking at and analysing every single bet that we've taken, every single person that's betting. And they're saying to me, this just doesn't look right. We shouldn't be losing money here. We have the odd bad result, we'll have the odd bad week, sometimes we'll have the odd bad month. But the mathematics will always look after you, and it's not looking after us here, and we think there's a serious problem here. We're starting to see certain teams where we're just losing every week on their matches. We were losing on those, we were seeing new accounts coming in from all different places, and they're getting everything right. You know, I mean, like me, you want Premier League constantly. I go to about 80 games a year. If you ask me to go through the next set of Premier League fixtures and pick all the results out, I'm probably going to get 3 or 4 out, maybe not even 3 or 4. So have someone that comes in and says, and nails Blue Square South results, one after the other, they're new accounts, they don't bet on anything else, so you know that they're only coming for a certain reason. It's the equivalent of you buying a Sunday newspaper every Sunday, walking to the shop at the end of your road, and you go in there, and there's 2 or 3 people in there, and you say hello, and you buy your pack and go out. It's the equivalent of turning up one Sunday morning and being 1,000 people queuing outside that shop. I said, well, what I've just described there, imagine that happening on about sort of 15 games a month. Now that happened, and I started to think then that some of the corrupt activity that was obviously hidden elsewhere had started to seep through, and maybe it was the players knew and were getting extra money. Now, from talking to you, I wondered how many players in each team they needed to be paying off.
That's a good question. Initially we needed 5, and 5 almost guarantees they're going to go and put that better.
Yeah.
And what I realised very quickly was you actually don't need 5 players. You can cause an outcome in the game just by yourself.
Yeah.
Depending on what position you're in.
Yeah.
So
if you were set that,
yeah, so I was centre half, and I was captain at the time, so I already knew my voice alone affects everybody. As a centre back, all you need to do is step left by 1 inch or step right by 2 inches. As you got the lead, people never turn around and tell you, for example, the Premier League 6, because the margins for error are extremely minimal. And when you go down the league, people make mistakes and it's not even match fixing.
Yeah.
So when you're dealing with a highly organised syndicate that actually knows, to be honest, all you need to do is step left and step right.
Yeah.
That's right back.
Yeah.
So when you look at it from a player's perspective, if I'm in a team that I want to lose, the difference is how much money I'm going to make in a season.
Yeah.
Then you'll find partners playing part-time, they work 5 days out of a 7-day week, and football was just a hobby. For that league at that time, you go from potentially 5 players in the team to potentially 1 player in 10 out of 20 teams in that league.
Yeah.
Now you have a complete market. Even though I was lost in my own situation, there was one game that I heard about that I couldn't ignore. No one could. These numbers were wild. To me, it was almost like telling everyone that the match fixes are in.
It's 5-1 sport. The FA made a statement in which they said they've become aware of what they term suspicious betting activity in some games in the Conference South. That's the 6th tier of the English game.
And are there any particular matches that you bet?
There were a number, I believe. Woodland was one in particular that remarkably was played between Welling and Billericay. Even though it was played out of the handful of scores, it's a very low level game of non-league football, as we know. It was actually gambled on the tune of hundreds of thousands of pounds, mostly in Asia, which is remarkable. And that is what alerted the authorities to the potential of there being something untoward. We're not saying any of the players necessarily were guilty of any wrongdoing. It did alert the authorities.
Yeah.
The match that the reporter is talking about took place on the 27th of November 2012. When United beat Billericay Town 5-2, I spoke to Alan Alban about it. But I tried to collect money based on that. Then I found out that there was a specific game that was, well, in the paper said it was over £1 million.
There was a huge amount of money in that game, a huge amount.
Do you remember how much?
Well, the thing is, the £1 million quote wasn't actually a definitive amount. What I said was, if every company has taken as much as we've taken, considering there's about 20 betting companies online in the UK at that point, and there's probably another 5 or 6 that have got shops prominent on every high street, if you take our portion of the market and then extrapolate that through all the other businesses in the UK, you're probably getting to about £1 million.
The other thing that people were saying is that more money was placed in that Welling Billericay game than the Barcelona Champions League match from around that time.
The Barcelona game was in the Champions League, obviously there was millions bet, all worldwide, that would pay into insignificance compared to the small amounts you usually see on a Blue Square South game. On the total goals market, there were far more bets on the Welling Billericay game than the Barcelona game. Now, you just wouldn't expect that at all.
How did you feel from a point of view where you're learning all this information, you're almost constrained to what you can actually do?
My first reaction was as a fan, as in the real disappointment that as a fan I'd absolutely hate that to be happening to my team or in the league that I've taken a lot of interest in, which obviously I had throughout those 3 divisions we were sponsoring. Going 3 or 4 games per week, you get to know the players, you get to know the managers, you get to know the fans as well, because obviously that is one of the unique elements of non-league football. So being able to say, you know what, this stinks, there's actually proper match fixing going on here, and this seems at such a high level that it's not even the time where we're going to be able to do something about it. At that point, I had already addressed many senior figures that worked at the league, and the reactions ranged from not understanding the outlet at all, and just not wanting to know, to a lot of people saying, and I understand why, this paints the league in such bad light. Should you really be out there saying that this is happening? And it was at that point that a few of the companies that didn't sponsor the league started to pick through the teams that they always lost money on and just cross them off the coupon. So towards about 2012, 2013, you're looking at a coupon, you're like, well, you know, that company there, you know, a big established company, shops all through the high streets, why haven't they got pricing on those things? You know, we're the sponsor of the league. We can't say we're not betting on this team this week because we don't feel it's going to be a straight match. But then even we had to start doing it.
Those clubs at the booking stopped taking bets on Billericay, Hornshuts and Chelmsford, that wasn't my patch. I carried on, head down. However, as that season was coming to an end, I did start to feel like I was running out of run upon me. Even I could see that the people coming my way stood enough. I knew I needed to leave, but I wanted one more game, one more fix at home. Up until then, I've been meeting the syndicate by myself. The decisions on who to approach had been down to me, and I've been good at it. But I thought things were changing. Maybe I was changing.
So you said you had the rumours, right? You had the swag noise. If there was something that made you nervous, what made you switch you down?
This is a hard one, huh?
Sorry, really tough.
No, it's good hard. I'm trying to think of how I lost control. I was losing control.
But that's where I think the nervousness came from.
Yeah.
It's not that I'll go to jail or I'm going to lose this money. I think it's more of that I can't tell people that I can't go, you do this and not do that because it's kind of like too big.
I was losing my touch.
You're losing your touch or losing control?
A bit of both. Yeah.
The syndicates were sending out points. Players were putting on bets left, right, and centre. The FA were putting up notices in change rooms. It all adds up.
I caught the job of it, and remember, when you can't control something you think you can control, you start having erratic behavior. And because I was losing control, I'm like, I need to tell someone in order to maintain that control.
Oh, you need to tell people that that's not what you want to do now.
And that was the thing I tried to avoid, losing control. I didn't feel like I could do it on my own. And the only few games into that season.
That's how a lot of players can go. So I take a lot of players can go.
Okay.
I had to tell him to him for the first time and say, man, you know what? I need you big, but you can't say nothing. And he didn't believe me. I'm like, well, let me show you some stuff. Show you some of the money, like the movies we have. Like, come to me. So he came to the meeting.
So this is last fixed game?
Last fix. Yeah. And when that game was fixed, that's when everything blew up more.
Next time, on Confessions of a Match Fixer.
They're going to get caught because it's way too long. And actually, there was a point in that game as well. I think we needed a corner, and obviously would have come up on the defence, and I started shouting, I started shouting, going, you lot match fixing. I think I said it blatantly, you lot are match fixing, this game is dead. On BBC Sounds, this is Sports Strangest Crimes. From a man who tried to buy cricket.
One night, one game, one take off, two units, the
kidnap a single horse.
Must have been terrifying. Of course it was. I would have told them off.
With ill-advised errands, changing F1 forever.
Of course, people involved, for as long as
$1 trillion takeover, which never took off.
Fraudsters of this level, they will never stop.
The mysterious death of a superstar cyclist.
Anyone in the world of professional cycling is like Julian Latvia.
And teammates becoming bitter enemies are one of the biggest football clubs in the world.
Betrayal, drops. We've gone beyond political and false.
Sports Strangest Crimes. Listen on BBC Sounds.
BBC Sounds, music, radio, podcasts.
The following podcast contains some strong language. Previously on Confessions of a Match Fixer.
The FA said to become aware of suspicious betting activity, activity on the number of matches in the Football Conference South.
On the total goals market, there were far more wets on the Wembley Arena game than the Barcelona.
A team were meant to fix a game in the FA Cup. They said yes, they would do it. The trainer told me, anybody you bring, give them a bullet, they're going to do it.
You literally took the losing control.
I thought the drama, that's how one of the players got involved. So he came to me and...
So this is last fifth game?
Last six, yeah.
So where are you going to?
No, I'm actually feeling quite anxious. Can't even remember the last time I spoke to a fan that actually meeting one person, so it's a new experience for me. I think this will probably be for me the first time I actually speak to someone who loves a football club and what their thoughts were about the club and obviously my time playing.
I'm really good. Sorry, I was in another meeting, so that's why I'm good.
This is National St. Patrick Hugh.
So I supported Bromley. My first Bromley match was in October 1996. I feel like my life went away for a substantial amount of time.
National was a big Bromley fan. I mean, big.
Obviously, I remember signing, and there's a lot of buzz on the signing about it. Like, we felt lucky that you even come to Bromley at the time. They thought you got better than us.
When he wanted to talk to me, he was up for it. Up for it not because he wanted to chat about my playing career at Bromley, but because he knew what I'd done to his club.
Thing is, I know what your answer's going to be, but I have to ask because the fans need you to answer this question. At what point did we come into the equation? And it's fine to say never, but I do want to know. Of all the games in that period, that was the one where when people say to me now, how do you know? And I always say, maybe because the gauge finally confirms me they're actually doing this.
From my point of view as a fixer, this was a game where I lost control and the wheels fell off.
It's not as simple as just saying, oh, what happened to what Bromley that happened one season. Well, that's good. I was about 20 years deep into watching Bromley, so it was, I support this team, they are cheating, and it's hurt me. So, it's been a journey.
My name is Moses Swayden. This is Confessions of a Match Fixer, episode 6, Break On.
You overrun this. We've always checked up on this. No word for like this is what happened. I was walking to the ground and you pulled up, you possibly didn't see us. You pulled up in a white Mercedes and you walked into the ground and I turned to my friend and I was like, hold on a minute. This might that was how was Moses recording that? No, there was enough doubt in my head like something's going on here. Funnily enough, we'd heard rumours about other clubs before we started to think or believe that Bromley were involved. So rumours had started going around the leagues that certain clubs in the league, there's lots of money being bet on them and so on and so forth. What point did we come into the equation? Forget the club, forget owners and managers and what other players. What about fans?
You came into quite early. I don't know if you remember this game specifically, but there was probably around 3 or 4 yellow cards, a red card.
Yeah.
I remember not even half time, when our defender got sent off, I remember looking over into the fans because the match fixers were there, and the fans were, something's effing going on.
this is shit, this is this, this is that. And I was the captain at the time. And I remember looking at the players on the pitch who weren't in the fix. And they were looking around at everyone. Not just me, no one could physically tell you who was doing what.
Right. It felt like that as well.
So this is to answer your question, it's almost like the fans played a massive part into what you're thinking, because the moment I leave the fans, the game changes a little bit with the matches. And the more pressure you have from the fans, people start pulling things out, because the moment you leave the pitch or the moment you go to training, the fans are going to turn around and say, what the hell is going on? Because you want answers.
Was there any sense of, I better not do this? Wait a minute, what am I actually agreeing to? Can I go through with this? Was there a sense of moral dilemmas and...
So the moral compass is, to answer your question, that, well, I'm willing to risk everything on this line with the syndicate and what may happen or go wrong. As sad as this may sound, and some people may not agree with it, I simply didn't care at the time. And in me not caring, I don't think about fans or anybody else but myself.
When we were having this conversation, I thought, yeah, you like straight it down and whatnot. It's painful. I'll be honest with you, I know it sounds hyperbolic to say it to you, but I'm thinking back to the time and hearing you now tell it. And I don't mean painful for you, but I mean painful to like hear it back and be like, it's deeper than I thought.
We played Mayweather.
That was a game I was going to ask you specifically about, because that's the one that stands out the most to me.
Mayweather was probably the moment I actually felt, I can't do this now.
Mayweather, not going to last yet, we will last 6 today. It's getting on top, it's fair to say. You have to lose by 2 on the overall record as well.
So leading into that game, there was probably like a longer 2-week plan from the match fixers, and me turning around to my teammate and said, you know what, this game can't happen unless the keeper's in that. I can't turn around to the keeper and ask him, but you've got a better relationship with him. How much do you reckon we can get it for? So the first one, I don't know, 2.5.
Put it into perspective, what do you reckon you think all of that? Because I know you said,
Well, he was on like, probably like £150, £200.
a week.
Yeah, a week, what a lot.
And you have 50 days for him is life changing.
Yeah, but we were going to give him
Okay.
Then I went on my training session the Thursday. Open. I walked into it. And he was like, look, I told him, look, I'll give you £2.5 if you get some goals on the weekend. And he said, absolutely fucking not. And I was like, fuck, why did you say that? And he was like, I'm sure you told me to say that. I'm not like that. 3 times 2 because the keeper said no. First time ever that I was in a situation where like, this can go anywhere. My last week at the this is why that game was so significant. 2 more games left, let's go into that game. Fuck it, if the keeper ain't involved, you're just gonna have to do crazy.
And you weirdly happen to prove yourself on a football pitch for non-footballing matters.
Yeah.
You know, when you're at the end of your career or you end your thing, the contract, you're like, I got to prove myself playing there. You're like, I got to prove that I can fuck this up better than anyone else.
It was harder because people know what you don't know. On that match day, even more than people didn't take the payment. There was one player that won the team who I really didn't want to face. The player with the nickname Braveheart. Braveheart's like probably the most honest player I've ever played with.
Yeah.
In my career.
Did you see the reason you got into football in him? Did you see the purity in him that you wish you had still?
Yeah, like, so before the season started, I already knew he was in the area, and like, I remember one of my early conversations was like, oh, you know what, like for the like playing in the league. I was like, yeah, like it's very much anything like, you know what, I'll do anything for that man. Well,
I'll take it out. It's all good.
yeah, it was like, yeah, I'll do anything for that. This is the beginning, I'm like, oh, cool. Sorry.
Yeah, I apologize. It's all good, man.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, I'll do anything for that, man. I was like, yeah, like, I want to be captain. And he was like, fucking hell, man. I get you, man. Like, I thought I want to be vice captain. You know what, I don't really want to go and speak to them, but I want to do it. And I want to do it with my performances. And obviously, as the season went on, as it became better and better and better, I remember we used to pick the team. And the gaffer wanted to pick the person that had the most experience, with me knowing that I could have easily said, right, you know what, like, Braveheart should be captain. Let me step out. Obviously, throughout the season, we got the whole man a few times, but I struggled with Braveheart because a lot of probably what I saw in him was the essence of why he was in the game.
The 20th of April 2013, Maiden Head versus Dorman.
So we were the favourites, but the other team lost with 2-0 deficit.
Now, this is the story that I am going into. I was at Victoria Station, maybe Paddington, and I got a text message from a friend who works in the betting industry. And they messaged me and said, Bronze game at Maidenhead today, we've put a red flag on it, right? I said, red flag, as in what? No more bets, something to that effect. And he's like, yeah, we think it's dodgy. It's like 2.5 hours before kickoff. I get to the game now, I speak to a few people that I trust, and like, in this game is dodgy today, but let's see what happens.
In that game, first goal comes down the left, I'm going left side, centre half. I'm so far central, and the striker give that challenge. Like,
You just keep it into it.
you just saw Jesus Christ in that challenge.
Yeah.
What's happening? Like, running, scored.
Whereas Moses did this too deep. I feel like just being up to the left and basically letting it run through. And I looked, and he scored obviously, and I looked back at people and went, did anyone else just see that guy? Come on, this is obvious now. And that was the moment when I think people who were questioning if it was true were like, yeah, this is definitely happening now, this is actually a thing. I trust them, like, in this game, dodgies. See what happens.
In that game, first goal comes down the left, I'm going left side, centre half. I'm so far central, and the striker give that challenge. Like,
You just keep it into it.
you just saw Jesus Christ in that challenge.
Yeah.
What's happening? Like, running, scored.
Whereas Moses did this too deep now. I feel like you just veered off to the left and basically let him just run through. And I looked, and he scores obviously, and I looked back at people and went, did anyone else just see that? Like, come on, this is obvious now. And that was the moment when I think people who were questioning if it was true were like, yeah, this is definitely happening now, this is actually a thing.
Then we're attacking. So players that kind of fuck this, let me come out and skip. We score. Second goal comes. I didn't even jump for a corner. Like, yeah, I didn't jump for a corner.
So you got less cue from the side.
Yeah, like I was.
At the start, you saw.
Remember I told you something. Like you're itchy, but I'm like, this has to be something that I have to live with as in that moment.
Yeah.
Let me just own this shit.
Yeah.
So goals go in.
We're into the second half, and although the pressure's on, we need them to score again. They get a corner on the left. They swing into the 6-yard box. I don't even jump. And it's 3-1.
Do you think if you was on the side, that would have stood out?
Yeah, 100%. Everybody in that stadium knew something was wrong. Everybody.
Actually, there was a point in that game as well where I started shouting, I started shouting, going, you lot are match fixing. I think I just said it blatantly, you lot are match fixing this game is Ben. And I caught eyes, not with you, but someone else who must have been in on it, because the look they gave me was as if, how the hell was this going on?
And you have to remember, there was a stage like the clock was ticking. I'm like, fucking hell, this is mad. Gav is making subs.
I'd love to win.
Braveheart ended up getting sent off. He got sent off because of what was happening on the pitch, not because.
Let's try it. That store pizza's awful. It's from Asda. I'm worried about lead in the water. There's gonna be more lead in this pizza. And then you're like, yeah, Asda, pizza, that's fine. Let's play this. It's also people, isn't it?
He tried to make a tackle.
So lost.
His head went. And I'm like, fucking hell, this is mad. Gav is making subs.
So I'd love to win.
Braveheart ended up getting sent off. He got sent off because of what was happening on the pitch, not because he tried to make a tackle.
So lost.
His head went so much, he must have kicked someone, swore at the referee, was like, fuck this shit.
Mm.
He looked at me specifically, like, you know what he done? You know what he done? It's fucking shit.
So he gets sent off. So as he goes up now, are you thinking, yes? What I mean by that is, if you're going to 10 men, you discussed it before being the most honest professional, the one who's going to try and passionately going to go through. Now you're in a situation where you go, I'm back in control.
Even though we're down to 10 men, we kept attacking and we get going. And it's 3-2 and we're going to lose by 2 goals. The pressure's back on.
How do you feel that, bro?
I was like, we got conceded because I remember we just kept attacking. I don't think it to the boys, no, like, I can't even, at the time of the team, I can't say anything anymore because I'm like, fuck it, let me just play high line, make them run back. That's how obvious it was. Stay in the halfway line, strikers run through, back 1v1 with the keeper and score. Last 10 minutes of the game, play on the high line, don't come to cost of one run right, rather than left towards one run right, score. 4-2, fix it coming. The feeling walking off that pitch, I'd already seen Braveheart speaking to the manager on the bench in about the last 20 minutes of the game. I remember looking at the gaffer at the time with his hands on his head, and Braveheart's going crazy. Like literally, he was so vocal in what he was saying, I heard him on the pitch. And obviously you have to remember, games done, you have to get a change.
Yeah.
I remember that feeling, I was panicking. I was nervous, I was anxious, I had anxiety because I didn't want to change. And I remember, that's the first time that it's actually been that great in the office. And I didn't want to face, I didn't know what to expect.
I didn't know what to expect. Where I struggle with this part is, in the game, in the moment, fuck everyone, I've got to get this money. It happens, you know, Braveheart's losing his shit, and now when faced with the confrontation of it, you go, I'll fancy that.
I was a mouse. I was a mouse. I was like, you can think of air, like when the bubble popped, like that was the moment.
The bubble popped while Braveheart shouting on the side, or did the bubble pop as soon as the whistle blew and now I've got to go in places?
The bubble popped when it got sent off for no reason. So it wasn't like he matched it. He got sent off because of his love for the game.
And that red card probably meant his season was over.
Braveheart was the only player in the 5 minutes for us. So the first person I pick up to football was him. And in the car, he's always been honest and like he's just
in a way, his frustration, what you lot are doing, and you probably look at you and go, how can you not want to win? He's inadvertently, just by getting a lift by you and then getting sent off, looks like he's in on it anyway.
Do you know what I said to him, Trey? You're a fucking idiot. And we're talking about a man of God, his nation. Like, what I mean, like, if I can paint a picture of like a model pro, like, you know, like, he's not the best, but he does everything by the book. First thing, last out, first tackle, header, it will break his neck if he had to. He looks at me like, I'm a fucking idiot. But that's what you need to realise. You're a fucking idiot.
What do you feel at that point?
I have my head on the floor. I couldn't look up. Because when I walked into the change room, I grabbed the towel, Gaffer had tears in his eyes. I looked at the other players, everybody looked at me. I sat down, Braveheart stood up, and I just felt his presence with me in my eyes, like down in my head. And as I looked up, I was like, I can't do that. I couldn't physically look at him in the eye.
What's going on in the dressing room at that point?
Silence. Silence. I heard like the gaffer weep, talking about a grown man in his 50s. Weep.
But this is somebody that helped you out. This is somebody that gave you not only one chance, but two.
It's too late for that. There wasn't the time to, you don't want to say that, it's too late for that. Yeah, I don't think about it.
You know what,
It was too far gone. I should have.
you know what, this is, I'm just going to say that. But the producer in my saying, clearly you feel bad. I don't think you feel bad. So I think you feel shame. I'm embarrassed, like, how, like, it's going to probably upset you now, but you should have better. You know now you've let everyone down.
Sorry, in that moment, I didn't. How do you want me to feel bad about that situation?
No, because you know how I know you did feel bad. No, I'm not. Because you can't look them in the eye.
Yeah, in that moment, in that moment,
I'm not disputing that you got your money in your hand. I'm saying the fact that you couldn't lift your head up and go, so what?
No, I couldn't.
Like, do you know what? You think I'm a Braveheart said to you, you're this and that. Yeah, no problem, but I would have lived with that. The manager crying, yeah. I've been in a situation where I've been ashamed, I've been embarrassed of the things I've done. I am the kind of person that owns it. Not after the fact, in that moment. I did that because that's what I wanted to do. And if it hurt you, sorry if I like that, but I wanted it. Do you get what I mean?
You have to remember, in that season, I wanted it as well.
Yeah.
You said, you came to me and said something's going on. I'm like, what are you talking about? And watch the next game because I knew that game won't fix. I could play on. Because at that moment, I was experienced enough to kind of like be in good shape and still turn it on. Like in that moment of me putting my head up, I couldn't lift my head up. I didn't want to face the music.
I don't want to face the music. By the way, I'm not trying to say at any point that I know you better than you know. I'm just looking at it. It's the end of the season, but you know you've been caught. You know you've been lying. They know you've been lying, but now you've been caught in the lie. I imagine 5, 10, 15 minutes pass, everyone jumps in the shower, no one's chatting, it's just, let's get out of here. What's that journey home like?
My number one, I didn't even get in the shower. I went straight to my car. Played obviously waiting for their pay packet. I was going to meet with the Kings for the night out. So I got in my car, probably like an hour and a half drive. They went into half an hour to my drive. I see Braveheart. And I'll tell you why I didn't answer the phone.
Oh, he called you?
So I answered, put him on the speaker, and I'm like, yo, Braveheart, what's going on? And he was like, listen, do you respect me? And I was like, yeah, why? So he was like, cool, let me ask you a question. Be fucking honest, do you respect me? How long's it been going on? And I was like, probably like a season. He was like, were you involved? I was like, yeah. Then he said, why didn't you tell me? I was like, fuck. He was like, yeah, why didn't you tell me? I just hung up.
How did that feel? Getting off your chest? Because that's really the first time you told essentially an outsider that's not involved that could potentially stitch you up. How did that feel?
I'm never going to see him again. That's how I felt. The best way to describe that was, I'm never going to see him again. I'm an hour away from the Kings.
But you felt he deserved the credit or you respected him enough to tell him the truth.
Yeah, I had to. Like, if there was anything, it's kind of emotional because if there's anything, it's almost like when you look at someone and you analyze someone, you know, like people say everyone's got press. Not like that.
But you know what it is as well? He's like you. He wants it so bad. Everything you ever wanted, he would kill for. And you had it, and no way I said it so easy. you told him. That's why you respected him. Because you saw what you wanted. And you saw that, remember at the start we took in episode 1 we talked about Palace and travelling on the bus and being locked out of the house, one thing you was exposed to. You wish you were that pure. By the way, when I'm listening to it, I can take myself to you and how you think, because I've got that difference. I wish I was as pure as you. I wish I didn't have this burden of pressure, expectation. I'm living a lie, and you live so much more socially under the radar than me, but you're fucking 20 times happier than I could ever be.
That's what I'm talking about.
There was a moment at the end of that season you'd gone by, and I think I'd been vocally critical of the team. Even in spite of thinking there's some match fixing going on. Because it got to a point where it's like, what's actually going on now? Like, whether it is match fixing or not match fixing, what's actually going on? And after a while, as a fan, you have to turn on someone. I turn on the manager. You know what I mean? So you turn on the manager. Mark and I had a set to in the bar, and he said to me, "You don't know what I had to go through this season." And at the time, when he said that, all I was thinking was, I don't care. This is shit. What do you mean what you don't know what I had to go through? And there was tears in his eyes when he said it. Like, not he was saying it wasn't tears, but he was, he was emotional. And I was thinking, what are you having to go at me for? You know this is shit. What do you mean you don't know what I had to go through? Not thinking I know what you had to go through. You see where I'm coming from? I'm just thinking that, whoa. I've watched probably since I was 14. Coming up to 30 years soon of watching Bromley on the way. It might sound ridiculous to you, and you might think, oh, you're just saying that, but I guess when something intrinsically is a part of your identity, rightly or wrongly, it hurts to know that the identity was compromised in such a... I'll use this word, but it's no reflection on you, it's more on the actions, in a callous way, right? When you left, did you expect to never get caught?
Here's the thing.
Yeah,
here's the thing. I didn't expect to be arrested for hooliganism.
Interesting.
Next time, on Confessions of a Match Fixer. My adrenaline was kind of pumping at this moment because as I got up, the man and the woman turned their attention to me like, shit, let me just get up. Just walk to the car. Don't look like walk to the car. So Mr. Match Fixer's in there like, hey, where the fuck, where you going?
It's the 1980s, and a young bodybuilder named William Dillon leaves rural Illinois behind for sun-drenched California in search of a supersized American dream, to get absolutely jacked.
When you're muscular, when you're big, you get respect.
But he's about to discover the secret to why so many of the bodybuilders around him are getting ripped quick. This is the story of the biggest illegal steroid operation the United States had ever seen.
Literally hundreds, if not 1,000 needles, came down like the heavens would fall.
I'm Natalia Petrozella. For BBC Radio 4, this is Extreme. Muscle Men. Listen first on BBC Sounds.
BBC Sounds. Music, radio, podcasts.
The following podcast contains some strong language. Previously on Confessions of a Match Fixer. So I remember having conversations with Michael, and Michael was like, oh man, like, I know it's you, man, big bro, good game, man. We played Maidenhead.
That's the one that stands out the most to me.
Maidenhead was probably the moment I actually felt, I can't do this no more. I remember looking at the gaffer at the time with his hands on his head, and Braveheart was going crazy. I had anxiety because I didn't want to go and change it.
When you left, did you expect to never get through?
You knew you were going to from me, and you went, that's it, I'm done. Like, I'm out.
So after that program, I was actually like contemplating the time.
Okay. Is that based on the conversations with Breaker?
I think I got to a stage where I'm like, obviously you've seen it now, and it's like, I didn't feel that, especially at Memphis, like wherever I go, my mum would go to the league, or either join another club in this league.
What age are you for? Sorry.
24.
Wow.
Yeah, 24. Yeah, 23 just turned 24. Yeah, so I was like, I don't conference, I don't want to move. So for me, financially, it didn't really matter because I had some money anyway. And I was like, you know what, let me just chill and figure out what I want to do. And obviously this is when Michael just signed for Saturday night. Michael actually left Bromley before I did. He never really gelled at the club, in fact. I think he only played that 1 year. Of course he knew something was going on with me in Matrix, even though I tried to keep him away from it. So as I was speaking to him, he's like, wow, why don't you come Sutton? I can get you in with the gaffer, come pre-season. So then, as I've gone into Sutton on trial, I had a good pre-season. I've signed like on a non-contract basis. Now I remember going in, a lot of the boys I knew anyway.
So sort of back in the same league from it?
Yeah, so they were conference south at the time.
So you're known now at this point.
I'm not in the league now.
Yeah. Somebody that fixes games and...
No, this is the thing, like, I'm known by probably the players that have seen their movements.
Yeah.
My teammates, and outside of that, Michael knows that as in known. Outside of that, managers don't know. But then Michael's like, oh, Moses, you know what? Imagine we could do business here. So business is basically match fixing. I'm Moses Swaby, and this is Confessions of the Match Fixer. Episode 7, Drive Back In. It wasn't until I went into something. No, I got in pre-season. Had a good pre-season. I was like, I used to play every week. If I'm fit out, I should be playing. So
why do you think you went back?
If I'm really going to be honest here, I don't even think it was a desire. I think I had to prove myself again. I've got into a new environment, a place that calmed down from the league. And in that environment, they have a structure with senior players more than I was probably like the third choice. So with them having that level of a structure in that team, it would have been harder for me to break into the team unless they're injured. And I was like, when the season started, even though I played, I'm like, I think I'm better than them, but I'm not playing. So I use that as an excuse to almost turn around and tell myself, like, this is wrong. I don't need it. I'm definitely not doing it for money. When I sign that sign, I'm £150 a week.
And at this point, how much do you reckon you've got saved at this point? To enable that $150 a month?
In total, like, hundreds of thousands, I'll say. Yeah, a couple of hundreds of thousands. I didn't need the money. It didn't happen, man. That motivation was gone. I had to travel all the way to start. I think I played like 2 games and I left. But then there's Michael who gone to Whitehall. Whitehall was another club in the Conference South that was based out in Brighton. At Sutton, Michael was barely getting a game. At Whitehall, though, that was a completely different story. The manager wanted him to play that first team, and Michael knew that getting on that pitch was an opportunity for him to manipulate and fix things. I knew he was under some financial pressure at that time. He owed money on a smart card.
So he's in debt.
So I was like, how much do you need to pay for a smart card? And it was like £3 grand. And I was like, oh, I'm collecting 5 anyway. So let me go to Central, to Leicester Square, get some of the money and give it to him. Here's one of the crazy things about working for an organised crime syndicate. They hold them to a match fixing payout for you. It's actually like a bank. One their authorities don't actually know about. Help to keep all the transactions related to match fixing away from prying eyes. Even if you're no longer working for them, you can still go back at any time and get the cash. So when Michael needed the money, I took him to one of the syndicate's businesses in central London. He waited outside while I went in and made a withdrawal. So as I was giving it to him, I'm like, Mike, here, go and pay for the money. Like, take the 2K drink on top.
Yeah. Do you feel like when he came to you and said, I need some money, I'm in debt, do you feel like there's a part of you that, while helping him, you're taking him down the path?
100%.
Did you show him what was going on? To inadvertently, whether you meant it or not, to move him and say, like, bang, this is what I want you to do. Like, you're now Superman. You're like, okay, because you're my friend, but you're in a position where you've got the murk, you've paid up 5K in mine. Do you know what I mean? You spot this whole train of thought now where you're like, what, 6'1", 6'2"? Now you're 7'5". You're larger than life. And that's why I think the grooming thing comes in, because when you spoke about Dalroy, it was exactly the same way that Mike was looking at you now. Because you said when you shook hands with Dalroy, he broke your hand. He was bigger. Do you know what I mean?
I could have easily have said to him, oh, Mike, you know what, and this is in hindsight, what are the details for me to go for a car? I'll do it through my bank. But what I've done, I've given him candy. The week after he signed for White Uncle, Michael rang me a few times asking me to sign for White Uncle as well. And I was like, I can't be bothered. Then Michael said one thing to me, he was like, no, you don't mind if I give the White Uncle manager a number. And I was like, Mike, I can't. I don't want to play football. White Uncle, that would be my 3rd conference club on the bounce. After Bromley, and especially Sutton, I just felt like I didn't need it. But the White Uncle gaffer called me, and he was very persuasive. He was very complimentary about my abilities on the pitch. If I'm going to be honest with you, I was talking to Michael and that Silver to me. Then the more I told him about match fixing, and the more he spoke about what he can do, I ended up signing for White Uncle myself on a short-term contract. I knew White Uncle in Brighton, but I didn't know that they were deep Brighton, so I'm getting on the train, probably an hour and a half. First time I've got to train, the lights had turned off. So it was a wasted journey, the train got cancelled. I wasn't feeling it. It was a slog, it was long. I hadn't been there long when I told the manager I wasn't even fit. He picked me anyway and I went to I remember when Jordan O'Neill we're going to the change room, just taking me off, and I was like, I can't do this no more. And that was kind of my decision, so I don't think I was going to play football again. So I'm out of Whitehawk, just like that, my football career is done. What am I going to do now? A week goes by and I get a call out of the blue from someone I haven't spoken to or what. They're facing. He's got a proposition for me. He's got new investors and some Singaporean match fixers. Yeah, so he says, if you know anyone, Mark, just put them in contact with me. So who do I know who's playing and still wants to fix a match? Michael. I've kept him away from my whole centre. Maybe it's his time now, especially if I keep an eye on him. I call him and I get him in the book. So I actually showed Michael the green way, if you can put it down. You know what? Here's a bit of candy. But you are running in a way that you think without me realizing. Money changes a lot of things.
I feel like you're now taking yourself past. You're the alcoholic that's before, but keep noticing in the book how you did it.
Yeah.
So I mean, you're like, I'm not going to drink, but I'm going to keep putting that temptation right in my eyes, right in my eyes. Is that fair?
To be real, in my mind, it's just like the future. I don't need to put it all again. So what I can do is just get out and let everybody else to the whole church on my ground. One of those people would have been Michael, and another person would have been Bill. I said to Michael, here's Bill, because I know how Bill can be. Turn around and tell me what you need to speak about. We're all meant to do this together. Michael goes to this meeting in Corridor, about telling me, Randy, I'm this white man, a white guy, that's what it is, it's in the football game, send him a text. Then I knew something was wrong, Troy, because I don't know if the metrics is enough. Dorian was really turning around and telling me, get no players. There's something about this whole setup that I don't feel right. Match fixers who I've never heard of, who come here without any idea who they can get to throw in. And then it goes by. Weeks go by. I'm like, Mike, what's going on? You ain't really updated me. No, bro. Nothing. I was like, that's weird. Let me go. Yeah. What's happening? Bro, hey, Mike told you to go to next week's game. Next week's game? What are you talking about? They got 25 grand. I thought he would have told you. No, he ain't told me. I'm not happy. I'm like, okay, you think it's smart. Let me give him a phone call. Mike, you ain't met no one without telling me, dude. No, bro. I ain't met no one. I was like, alright, cool. I knew you liked me. So then I'm back to Delaware. You give me the metrics and numbers. I'm going to take that 25K to teach Michael a lesson. So you know that. We want to talk like the 3 kilos. I'm thinking to myself, AFC England are playing back on the road pitch. So I was like, let me get a few tickets for one of my friends to play this. Let me test the rules. And tell you guys that match is going to be fixed. Do you know who you guys are? Yeah, so these are the Singaporeans. Chan Sankran and Christian Gansha. This is a whole different group from my whole team. It was very much so the conversation, leaving in the conversation, they were passive aggressive. Or it wasn't like we'll call you tomorrow, it was very much, can you do this right now? We're staying in Manchester, we've got this. Chan Sankran and Christian Gansha. This is my friends and players, but let me test the rules and tell these guys that match is going to be fixed.
You know what I mean?
Just like that, my football career is done. What am I going to do now? A week goes by and I get a call out of the blue from someone I haven't spoken to.
In the pub, I did that.
Yeah.
Don't really like.
Here's a bit of candy.
I'm going to keep putting that temptation, bro.
I said to Michael, text.
I've never heard of who come here without any idea who they can get to draw a game. And then it goes quiet. Weeks go by. I'm like, Mike, what's going on? You ain't really updating me.
No, bro. Nothing.
So I was like, that's weird. Let me call Del. Del.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Bro, hey, Mike told you we're gonna do next week's game.
Next week's game? Who are you talking about?
They've got 25 grand. I thought he would have told you.
No, he ain't told me. So I'm not happy. I'm like, okay, he thinks it's smart. Let me get him a phone call. Mike, you ain't met no one without telling me, have you?
No, bro. I ain't met no one.
I was like, alright, cool. I knew you liked me. So then I'm back to Delaware. You give me the Netflix season. I'm going to take that 25K and teach Michael a lesson. So I go like,
We want to come down to the humans.
I'm thinking to myself, AFC Wimbledon is playing like on the road bridge. So I was like, let me get a few tickets from one of my friends that plays, but let me test the rules. And I told these guys that that match is going to be fixed.
Do you know who these guys are?
Yeah, so these are the Singaporeans. Chan Sanka and Krishna Ganesha. This is a whole different group from my whole team. It was very much so the conversation, leaving the conversation, they were passive aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Or it wasn't like we'll call you tomorrow, it was very much, can you do this right now? We're staying in Manchester, we've got this together. These guys are travelling down to London sending pictures of the money. So I'm like, I'm not getting out of my bed unless we've got 5 grand. Their behaviour was very erratic.
What do you mean in terms of erratic?
These guys are too eager to meet players and they're too eager to talk about amounts they don't even really know. I'm not a betting expert.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're a prominent match fixer and you know you want to buy a game, you're just throwing off random numbers. So
you're at the point now where you're crushing their validity.
Oh, 100%. I knew my shit at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, whilst I knew my shit, I'm like, nah, something ain't wrong. And obviously, when I spoke to Michael liked me about going to that meeting. I had a feeling that something wasn't right.
So it seems here as like it's a triangle of mistrust.
Yeah. So
much where you come from beforehand, this is how things are done.
Yeah.
Run smooth, there's no hiccups, whereas now it seems like you're on the M6 Spaghetti Junction and everyone's going here, there and everywhere.
Well, you have to remember, everyone's trying to figure things out, and I knew this is the first time I've been in the country. So they don't have the network. I just need to know if the money's there. If we were to turn around and say, for example, this match is fixed and something went wrong, there's still money because you get pocket money. As I see it, these two mattresses don't own any players and they have no network. So I need to know where the money's coming from. So they give me a name. The name they give me is Wilson Raj Perlman.
Wilson Raj Perlman from Singapore has been sentenced to 2 years in prison. That's for bribing players in the Finnish Football League to fix matches.
Wilson Perlman is probably the most infamous match fixer there is. He was connected to criminal syndicates in China that were running a match fixing organization in the shadows. So Wilson was the guy that they sent out to many countries all over the world, every continent. He was bouncing all over the place and corrupting players and referees and officials for the purposes of match fixing.
German news magazine The Spiegel on standing behind the allegation that before Cameroon's rematch against Croatia, Wilson Raj Perlman correctly predicted that Cameroon would lose 4-0 and have a player sent off in the first half. Perlman denies the facts.
My dealings with both Shankar and Ganeshesh, that was their gods in match fixing way.
every conversation either started with his name or ended with it. So when I asked who you working for, they always make him as a reference.
So to you, that give them credibility in that regard?
To be honest, it actually went opposite.
Oh, okay.
And so, if anything, the credibility wise, it kind of threw what they were saying out the window. Because based on this, from what I was used to, I didn't really know what these guys mean. I just knew it was his boss, he's translating, I never called him by their names. They don't know opposite. They almost wanted to brag and boast about someone they could never bring to the forefront.
So you've got that he's going over, someone's not right. But you still go ahead and meet these guys anyway. Would it be fair to say that you're addicted at this point?
Yeah, I think that's something kept pulling me back.
You just said, right, we're going to go to the ECW again. Do they say, they kind of go, well, why are we going to that game? Or do they, what are we getting?
I think the game fits.
I mean, told them to get it.
What the game fits. Even before the match, I take a photo of my local outside. And some as evidence, our fucking players line up for the AFC Wimbledon game. None of these players actually play for AFC Wimbledon better than Redbridge. I don't think the two match fixes will stop that. I've told Sanfran and Ganeshan the fixes on, but it ain't. I'm going to meet them and pick up pocket money. Pocket money is the payment match fixes give out in advance of the game being played. And then I'm going to leave. That's not enough.
So, in this moment, they're coming to London because they're like, this guy can go and fix this game. And I said to them specifically, it's going to be 1-0 to AFC Wimbledon. But have you got the pocket money? Yeah, don't worry about it. But this time, I'm going to drive down the track. Let me call a mate. He don't know anything that's going on. Ring my mate. I'm like, do you want to go watch your game? I've got a spare ticket. Like, yeah, come. Like, 20 minutes from where my daughter's mum lives.
The 26th of November 2013, AFC Wimbledon versus Dagenham and Redbridge, League 2.
We've driven to the game, but they're going to meet me in the alleyway round the corner from where the main stand is.
I walk down the alleyway, it's dark and narrow. There they are, as they said they would be. My new match fixing syndicate.
So as they met me, I've said to him, have you got a pocket money? And he was like, oh, wait, don't be so eager. I'm like, I want to see this part, let's go to the game. Back at the stadium, they're watching the game, and I'm like, have you got a pocket money? Like, yeah, you sure this is going to be fixed? And I was like, these guys are match fixes. So in my mind, the money is not in me. My thought process, I've come out of my house at 7 o'clock. So the game I don't even have to go to. But I'm not going to be fine, right?
I'm trying to understand the situation. You've got a game going on. They've got loads of money on. They think you've got it covered at 1-0.
Yeah, but I wanted to reassure him because he's panicking.
Okay.
So rather than do this at the ground, let's just go somewhere where we can sit down. And obviously, there's a restaurant opposite the stadium.
Why are you going to the restaurant?
It was the closest thing. It was the closest.
The game's still going, right?
That was half time.
My mate stays outside by the car while the rest of us go to the restaurant. I ask once again for the pocket money, and this time I've handed over a duffel bag full of notes. So I go to the toilet and count the cash, it's all there.
I'm like, okay, cool, come back. So as I'm sitting down, I was like, this is the game's not fixed. Like, he's got his live gameplay betting. He's like, no, this game ain't fucking fixed, give me my money back. And I was like, listen, business is business. This is just for the meeting. So like, it doesn't even matter about this game, there'll be more anyway. You know how players are like. He's like, no. As I was about to get up, somebody walked into the restaurant. So one man walked in and sat down, so another one sat. This was like this blonde lady that was coming, like, it threw me off because I was like, there's no way on a Tuesday evening, those guys look like they should be in this area in the most random restaurant
Your antennas up now.
Yeah, my adrenaline was kind of pumping at this moment. I sent a message to my friend, I was like, wait 2 minutes, but meet me by the car. So as I got up, the man in the window turned my attention, and I'm like, shit, let me just get out. I'm like, just walk to the car. Drove like, walk to the car. So Mr. Matrix is in there, like, hey, fuck, what are you doing? If you know, if you play that, it's like an anime. So you want to play it. It's pitch black. I probably was 100 yards away from the car. I said to my friend, open the car. And then I saw 2 women and like some guys running towards me at first. I couldn't move. I was like, fuck. I don't know how it was. NCA stop. And I remember they grabbed me and cried my friend. He just said, Moses. Moses, bro, the fuck? Mom. So my name 3 times.
Obviously the emotions freeze, but was there a fear, like?
No, it's crazy, it's gonna sound funny, but chicken curry.
That's what you were thinking about?
The moment I left my partner's house, she was cooking chicken curry. And she said, how long are you gonna be?
Wow.
I remember it because it was burning on my car. I'll be back like in an hour.
Yeah, it takes a while to cook.
Yeah, so I was thinking, like, when she was like, I react because the chicken curry was on. In that moment of that arrest, I'm like, fuck, man. Like, she's actually cooked dinner.
That's mental.
Then, like, this is another thing for it. In my mind, it was like, run, my legs can't move.
Yeah.
You know, you're trying to, like, I'm trying to plant my feet and, like, move, I couldn't move. I just remember my ears and, like, the back of my neck just getting hot. Hot pumping. Like, I swallowed spit in my throat. But then I moved, things got real, and they put plastic handcuffs on. My head, everything was becoming tight. Then when they asked me, have you got anything on me you shouldn't have, well, I said, yeah, I got some money. I remember them just walking me to the car. If I can take a picture of what London looks like from the bird's eye view, all I remember is everything just going like that. No, that's fucking hard. Getting on that. Next time, on Confessions of the Matrix.
This guy sat down in front of me and he said, I'll tell you this now, if you fuck any of my guys, I will fuck you. We're serious, he said, and I'm seriously telling you, if you get any of my guys hurt or worse, I'll come for you.
On BBC Sounds, this is Sports Strongest Crimes. From the man who tried to buy cricket.
One night, one day, one take off, 40 US,
the kidnap of a Super Horse.
Must have been terrified. Of course it was. I would not sure where it was.
The ill-advised era changing F1 forever.
It was always people involved for as long as they were.
A $1 trillion takeover, which never took off.
Fraudsters fought this level, they will never stop.
The mysterious death of a superstar cyclist.
Entering the world of professional cycling was like joining a Latvia.
And teammates becoming bitter enemies are one of the biggest football clubs in the world.
Betrayal, plots, we've gone beyond women's football in France.
Sports Strangest Crimes. Listen on BBC Sounds.
BBC Sounds, music, radio, podcasts.
The following podcast contains some strong language. I'm in the back of a police car handcuffed. I'm being driven to a station just north of London. When I arrive there, I see someone I recognize, a friend of Michael Dotang's. So I know Michael has been picked up too. I get fingerprinted,
photographs. And even my rough stick.
The former Lincoln City footballer has been charged as part of an investigation into alleged match fixing. Moses Swabu is accused of conspiracy to defraud.
Everything you've heard so far in these episodes has led me to this point. I never really knew the full story of how I got caught until I started making this podcast. But now I do. But for me to talk to you properly, you need to step away from Troy for a while, so that I can explain to you exactly what happened, and you can hear from the other people who are in my eyes. The story starts in July 2013, when the footballer moved to the other side of the world. I'm Moses Swabu, and this is the final episode of Confessions of a Match Fixer. Episode 8, Still in the Tell. We're at offices of an organisation called Sport Radar.
I'm Michael Reed. I'm a senior manager at Sport Radar and Integrity Services.
Integrity Services is part of what Sport Radar do. They detect strange patterns in betting activity. If a lot of bets are being put on the game, they'll flag it as an indicator that something dodgy might be going on. As well as flagging matches, Sport Radar also track the people who play them.
In July of 2013, there was a media article detailing an English player that moved to Australia. This player had some concerns around him because he had a suspicious playing history. The matches were flagged as being fixed. This person had played in those matches.
At the time, Sport Radar were tracking a few players in my league. To the best of my knowledge, I wasn't one of them, and neither were any of my teammates. But then when my court Sport Radar read about this one player of interest moving from the conference out to Australia, we knew we needed to find out more.
One of the first steps which I conducted was to try and figure out where that player had gone from Australia. So I was scouring different websites, and eventually I found a transfer list of Australian transfers, and it showed that this person of interest had gone to Southern Stars, which is a team based in Victoria. So that's kind of the inception of our investigation. We saw that several other suspicious players had joined this club as well. So that was obviously quite a big red flag.
Southern Stars played in the Victorian Premier League. They'd struggled the previous season, so it wasn't a surprise they started bringing in new players, but their results didn't get any better.
We saw these players were quite active on social media, and they were exhibiting red flags. They were making extravagant purchases. We saw, for example, they went on an extravagant holiday to Bali. They were scuba diving over there. We saw them going to high-end nightclubs on a regular basis and making high-end purchases as well. They were just living the lifestyle which didn't kind of fit the criteria which you'd expect for an amateur footballer. So the next step was looking into the games of Southern Stars. So we monitored their games in that season in 2013. They performed much worse than was expected and what the betting markets expected. And they were losing by 3, 4, 5 goals in many games. We saw highly suspicious betting patterns in the Asian betting market specifically. We're in touch with the Football Federation of Australia and also the Victoria Police. When the games were taking place, we would have one of our staff on the phone to the police during games, relaying what we were seeing in the Asian betting markets. For the police, as part of their investigation, they obtained wiretaps on the players. They were conducting surveillance by the side of the pitch as well.
The police even planted listening devices in the goalposts. They heard every word the team said.
And they were picking up that players were speaking to people off the pitch about betting and what needed to happen on the pitch. So that they obtained quite a lot of significant evidence from them. The police arrests, which they did, and obviously that was very needed.
Leaving a Melbourne court last week, 6 men charged with fixing 5 football matches in Australia's Victoria Premier League. Among them, players of the second-tier side Southern Stars. Their actions are said to have netted the criminal syndicate £1.2 million. They're said to have acted on the orders of a Malaysian-born businessman called Jerry Subramanian.
The investigation resulted in 5 convictions, 4 players who were previously from the Conference South, plus Subramanian, the ringleader. But the police were confused. They could see the players had been making calls to a number in Hungary, and some of them had been talking about a Singaporean man they called the King. So who was it?
They got Jerry Malaysian, but they didn't get Wilson, who was running the job.
That's Terry Stevens. In 2013, he worked for the International Centre for Sports Security. His job was rooting out corruption in football wherever it was happening in the world. The Wilson he's talking about is Wilson Raj Karaman, the mysterious match fixing king you've heard about in this podcast. It was one of Terry's sources that first put him on to what's going on at Southern Stars, and to Terry, it seemed like some of the match fixers have got away with it, including Wilson. So could he do anything about it?
At that time, Wilson Raj was in Hungary. We had source in Hungarian police and met with the police officer, and he said, yeah, Wilson was still trying to do what he could do, and that yes, there was a guy called Chan that visited him. We thought, right, okay, let's go after the fixers. But we targeted Chan to get to Wilson.
Chan is Chan Sankaran, one of the 2 guys who approached me through Delaware. I'm sure you started to see how this all ties up. So anyway, Terry Stevens is investigated to use Facebook to set up a honey trap for Chan. They pose as a fake football agent looking for a way to make some quick money.
The Facebook agent then starts to approach Chan's friends, and he's saying all the right things because we could talk the talk. So he's saying, hey, do you know anybody that can put us in touch with the fixer? We've got a big businessman that's got money, and he'd like to invest. Chan actually comes on board and says, yeah, hey, I know a man that can do that. When we asked him what games he could provide, well, he could provide pretty much anything, international friendly matches, some championship stuff. He could also provide stuff in the UK. Now, it was in the lower league, so I thought, well, let's get into the UK, and then our police could do a job. Shannon said, yeah, great, I'm coming to Manchester, but I'll need a flight.
Shannon had other costs too, money to pay a player, for example. He said he needed 60k for that and expected Terry to foot the bill.
So we said, well, yeah, okay, we can do that, which he couldn't. So we went to Claire Newell at the Daily Telegraph.
So I knew Terry for quite a long time. He used to work for FIFA as an investigator, and I have done a lot of work on corruption in sport, specifically FIFA actually. He contacted me kind of out of the blue and said, oh, I might have a story for you. Some people were involved in fixing English football. Are you interested? I said, yeah, of course I'm interested. Tell me more. He kind of downloaded his brain about this character called Chan. And Chan was due to come to Manchester to do some fixing with some English players. And so Terry was saying, look, we could do an undercover investigation, but I need some support from the Telegraph, who would fund the investigation, and of course, you can publish it in return. So that sounded like quite a good deal. But that is quite complicated. Imagine if someone said to you, can you get £60,000 and take it out to Manchester for a meeting tomorrow? It's just practically difficult to get it, and there's all kind of hoops you have to jump through to make sure you're doing it within the confines of the law, and actually there are risks attached to it, both for us as journalists, but also for Terry. So once it had been signed off, we needed to buy those flights and hotel rooms for Chan and his colleagues to stay in, but we needed to book it in a way that wouldn't obviously be connected to the Telegraph. Because if Chan saw the receipt and it said, Telegraph Media Group, who's going to think, who the hell's this?
When Claire refers to Chan's colleague I believe that to be Krishna Ganesha, the other guy who I ended up being. Claire was able to take rooms on those fake companies that the Telegraph used for these kinds of situations. So the channel of playing to manage stuff, it was game on.
We got the train up in the morning and met Terry there, and we had this kind of have a meeting, planned out really carefully. So we sat down with Terry and kind of ran through the plan for that meeting. As an investigative journalist, you need to kind of tick all these points as you're going along to make sure that he's not talking rubbish. You know, is he the real deal? Is he actually a match fixer? Or is he a kind of Walter Mitty? You try to think through almost every eventuality so that you're prepared. Because once Terry goes into the meeting, then I can't communicate with him easily after that. We went to the kind of bar area of the hotel really early, me and some colleagues, and we took the tables which kind of surrounded the where Terry was going to sit. And we did that for a number of reasons. One, because we needed a clear shot of what was happening. Say, for example, if Chan handed over some documents, we needed to be able to see them. We just needed to make sure every moment was captured. And then suddenly, Chan walks in, and we know it's him, because we've got a picture of him. And Terry sits down to do the meeting, and we all start listening. But it's one of those kind of heart in your mouth moments. It was a good meeting in the sense that Chan was quite clear about his hopes for fixed matches. But one of our key questions that we had asked Terry to ask was, okay, show us the players, to make sure he was real, in order to kind of verify him as a proper criminal, basically. He needed to produce the players. And I think he asked Chan, and Chan said he could see what he could do. So the meeting kind of finished. I think the next day, there was a phone call between Terry and Chan, where he said, look mate, I need to meet the players. And Chan said he would do that. But we had to apply quite a lot of pressure for him to produce those players, because almost lo and behold, he didn't want to. What criminal wants to show their hand in that way? Journalists need that information to be able to show that something is real.
This back and forth between Terry and Chan went on for a while.
I think we're at a bit of an impasse with Chan. I think Chan almost flies home, and we're thinking, what the hell are we going to do? We've got this person who we believe is a match fixer, but we can't prove it because he won't give us the players. And if he won't give us the players, we're not giving him the money.
Got then the breakthrough.
Chan mentions someone called Delroy and says that he's involved in the fixing. And Terry manages to work out this must be Delroy Facey because of the description that Chan has given.
I knew we were sailing close to the wind.
This is Terry Stevens again, the man dealing directly with Chan.
And if we stepped across a line, like paying money over to a match fixer, then we were part of the grind. So I contacted a friend of mine, assistant commissioner with the Metropolitan Police, and he said, I think that you're one step away from glory, but I also think you're one step away from prison. I suggest that we get involved and take it over. Great. And then he went to see his boss, and his boss said, that's going to go to the National Crime Agency.
In the UK, the NCA is a police agency that leads investigations into organised crime. So match fixing falls into their remit.
Terry called me and he said, we've got to stop the investigation. And I was like, what? This is our investigation. What do you mean? The police are saying we've got to stop it. And I was so shocked. And I also felt like a little bit frightened. Like, how could they take our investigation? And I guess the reality is, when the police tell you you can't investigate it anymore, you've got to defer to them. You know, you can't get in the way of a criminal investigation. So we did stop, but reluctantly.
Although the National Crime Agency was going to take over the operation, they still needed Terry. He was the person Chan had been talking to up to this point, so he couldn't just suddenly disappear.
Next morning, the phone rings. and he's the head of the National Crime Agency at 7 in the morning. He said to me, I've got 2 officers coming to your door in about 20 minutes, and they're going to ask you if you'll work with the National Crime Agency on this case. And I want to know if you'll do it. And I said yes, and put the phone down, the door knocked, and 2 guys just stood there.
They gave him a pretty clear directive.
I'm going to work with the National Crime Agency to set them into place. So I've got to get to Manchester, and I've got to put them next to Champagne.
NCA officers instructed Terry to travel to Manchester and check in at a hotel.
So I get down to the hotel and I'm met by one of the undercover guys. His name was Eddie. He looked like he'd done 5 rounds with bloody Lennox Lewis. His face was all over the place. He got a scar under his eye. He was a big unit. And he said, tell me what you know. So I went through the whole thing. And then the guy came into the room, and this guy sat down, and he sat down in front of me, and he said, I'll tell you this now, if you fuck any of my guys, I will fuck you. What? He said, we're serious here, the National Crime Agency. We're serious, he said, and I'm seriously telling you that if you get any of my guys hurt or worse, I'll come for you. Then we get back on with the job. I briefed in, and then they told me to wait for a phone call.
So then Terry's burner phone starts to ring. It's Chan.
And he's talking to me. Great, you're here. You're late. I've been waiting.
And then this is where Terry needs to hand the operation over to Eddie and the NCA without raising any suspicions. So he tells Chan he can't get to the meeting, but he's sending someone else instead, the Facebook agent.
And he's the money man. He's the businessman we've been talking about all this time. He's the guy with the money. So whatever you do, Chan, do not upset him, because he's going to be the man giving you the 60K. Okay. Now Eddie's got his in. Eddie worked him. Really worked Afghanistan and Sangran. He hooked them both, showed them the money, they were on board. But that was as much as involvement as I had, because then he was taken over by the NCA, and they followed them down to Wimbledon, as you know. They had them banged to rights, and then these 3 guys get napped as a result of Gamashan and Sankaran bringing them into it.
So that's how they got me. Remember when I said that Michael Botan had gone to a meeting with a middle-aged white guy? That must have been an NCA officer. And that meeting I had in the restaurant next to AFC was the crowd. The NCA was all over that. And although he wouldn't be arrested until later, the NCA knew all about Delrest's part in this as well. Maybe Wilson didn't get caught in the trap, but 2 of his foot soldiers did. Chan Sankran and Krishna Ganeshan, along with the 3 of us, me, Del, and Michael. We were all going to court, and I was going to end up standing trial with Del.
The former Bolton Wanderers striker Daryl Facing is on trial alongside former non-league player Moses Swaywood. Both deny conspiracy to commit bribery, which Conway is at Birmingham Crown.
Prosecution also contends that Moses Swaywood, former Conference South defender, directly contacted players to ask them if they were willing to take part in fixing of matches. And the trial continues and is expected to last for another 2 weeks.
Look, everyone's a bit tense. This is what happens. Say the last few mouthfuls of this delightful meal we're about to have. Coca-Cola, this leads you to trial. You and Darryl kind of got full circle at this point. You got from the hotel room.
Yeah.
You and Darryl now, you're next to each other. Is it fair to say, when you 2 first met as footballers, you were both superstars, invincible, like that feeling?
Yeah, exactly.
Would you say at that point, in that was absolutely gone? There was no superstar in there, there was more of a resignment to what had really happened?
I suppose two things happened in the doc every day. That I was always reminded of moments with Del. So, for example, the FA Cup is one that sticks out. I remember, who did we play? We may have been a league team. We played in the third round. And I remember it was either Kevin Nolan who kept pinning the whole game. Kevin Davis, so yeah, kept pinning me the whole game. I'm like, fucking hell, I've never dealt with this before. I remember Del said something to me, he's like, "Oi, relax, man. Chill out, I got you." And in that moment of being in the dock, I'm looking at him and it's like, you know when you know that the outcome for this that changes your life. I feel that in his face every day. And I tried my best to prepare mentally for what I knew. I'm going to joke. This is something we're not getting out of here. Yeah. Like, there's too much that's happened for us to walk away from this.
I think it's important as well to let people know your legal team would have told you possible outcomes.
Yeah.
They would have also, I don't think everyone knows it, they tell you to inject.
Yeah.
Don't smile enough. Don't act guilty. Act innocent.
Yeah.
So difficult to try and put into words and explain to people just how hard that is.
Yeah.
But you have to sit there, I assume for days on end, next to somebody who he looks tired, he looks like it's all become a bit too much. How was that for you to try and act your way through that?
Any defense team has to give you the best version of how to avoid prison, right?
Yeah.
Well, mine is different because I know I'm guilty.
I was able to talk about what we had investigated and what we'd found.
This is Claire Newell from the Telegraph once again.
I've only given evidence in criminal trials a couple of times. It's actually quite nerve-wracking, to walk into a courtroom and there's all these barristers wearing wigs and a judge, but also some people are potentially going to prison. So it feels, really serious and also very high stakes for something to do. But what was interesting for me is to see these players on trial. And, it's quite complex how you feel about that because they're potentially going to prison as a result of an undercover investigation that you've overseen. And that isn't necessarily easy.
I remember Claire Cool. I know it sounds funny to say this, but the evidence struck me as impressive. She was impressive. It was reinforced to me that I'd done Michael Boateng, Chan Sankran, and Krishna Ganeshan had already been found guilty at another trial. They all know always was the next.
The former Premier League footballer Delroy Facey has been jailed for 2.5 years for match fixing. He was found guilty of conspiring to commit bribery. Another former player, Moses Slavery, was also found guilty of the same charges and jailed for 16 months.
The judge sentencing said that this is a form of corruption of a particularly pernicious type because it looks to undermine the integrity of our national sport.
Do you mind if I read, so just in hand of this, I read what the judge said. It's about the fans of the team involved, families who follow the fortunes of their team with passion, loyalty and devotion. They assume that all the players in those teams will be sharing in that and playing their hardest and best. It's also about the employees and staff, groundsmen, coaches, cleaners, even the owners and the shareholders, the match stewards, many of whom would have been volunteers. You've betrayed all of their trust, all of their confidence, and it's like a cancer in the heart of football. That's deep, right? That's deep. But I also don't think it's too far from the truth, being totally honest with you. How does that make you feel hearing that again?
Like, in that moment, so in that moment, so that's going to change. And you never really know the effects of your actions until you hear it from someone who doesn't. But to hear that come from a judge, having that feeling of knowing you're going to prison, knowing that that's the last memory I'm going to have before the dock and like.
These people that the judge has spoken about, employees, staff, craftsmen, coaches, cleaners, owners, shareholders, match stewards, kids, ball boys, ball girls, we live their dream. You are their hero, I have been their hero. That's not to blow smoke and past, that's just the reality of it. Do you ever think that your actions may have turned them off football forever? I'm trusting people.
100%. We was given a 16-month term. So what that meant was we outspent 4 months in prison, 4 months on tag, and the last 8 months on license.
I'm going to say something here, it's going to sound really wrong. How can we say that you changed? Because that's not enough to scare them. I know you probably said it, don't ever want to go back to jail. But that's not enough to scare them. Fair?
The hardest thing I've ever had to do in my life. I'm in prison. One person that came to see me was my 2-year-old daughter. I'm at the back end of the visitor's hall. I'm looking at the phone. It's like 3 o'clock. She's about to come in. I see her stand up. She's looking around, running around. There's 2-year-old. I remember like running towards me. And I remember she didn't even stay off me. She just held me. She just held me tight. But she didn't want to let go. And for the next 2 hours, I couldn't speak. After she left, sat in myself, by myself for 4 months, and I said to myself, fucking hell, man. Forget the money track. Forget everything. Forget football. Forget everything. How do I go back to the beginning, man? I need to speak to someone. I've never been therapy in my life. That wasn't something that's common in my community. But I want to speak to someone. I remember speaking to the prison therapist, going back to the beginning. It was probably the first day I went into my cell. I remember standing over the sink and the toilet. I remember looking up and seeing like a spot on the wall through like a broken glass. I remember looking at the glass and it was like mesh. It looked like someone had put their fist through it. And as I looked at the glass, I saw fragments of my face. And I remember I looked down, looked up, looked down, and I was like, wow. What would Andy say if he saw me in here and he knew the reasons as to why I'm in this position? Andy Bogan, my first manager when I was a kid, back then he said, going to see him while making this podcast brought up a lot of memories. A lot of them good. With the weather changing and having that drive, it reminds me of when we used to go and coach to our cup final games, and he made us spray paint our hair, play music on the coach, which was back in the day was open top. But the thought of seeing him also frightened me. What would Andy's reaction be to my story? We've never spoken about it before. You thought that would let you go?
No, because I I'm speaking to you now that you're on this side. Maybe if we'd spoken, oh, no, I told you off, or had something to say, but I wouldn't say you'd let me down. I think you have to prove to yourself, and that's all of us. You're not here to impress anyone outside yourself. We all know what's right and wrong. We've all got conscience and that sort of thing. No, I wouldn't say that you let me down.
Would you tell a young man to say that's come to you and said, Andy, this is what I'm going through?
Speaking to the managers who's going to do the match fixing, I would say, show me who's offered you the match fixing. I want to go meet. I would want to meet this person.
Even if it means you're risking your life?
I wouldn't think that as a risk to my life. I'm going there to tell this person, all these people, that what they're doing to my son or someone that I love is wrong.
Londoner Moses Swady thought his dreams had all come true when he signed as a youth player for Crystal Palace football team. But within a decade, he was serving time in prison for his part in match-fixing allegations. Well, now Swady has told BBC London that he wants to stop a new generation of players copying his mistakes.
One of the first things I did when I got out of prison was actually go and see Gordon Taylor, the Chief Executive of the Players Football Association. They're there to support players, even players like me, I suppose.
And he said to me, we're here to help you. And I said, listen, if I'm going to conclude, let me tell you everything that's happened. I sat down with him for 6 months, and that was the start of that journey from coming out of prison in 2015 up until this day. Who do I want to be remembered by? Because Google does not define who I am today.
Absolutely. Absolutely fucking yeah.
So you've heard it, Troy? What do you think about my story?
I think your story is somewhat out of a Hollywood script. I really do. I think it's perfectly, ugly, beautifully cracked in half. There's no like, if you were writing a story, they say at the start, middle, and an end. Your start has impacted your end, and your end has messed up with your middle, and it's so beautifully ugly. When I came into this, I came into it very blind for a reason. Didn't want to come into this and know all the news articles and what this person said or phone around and what's he like. Now, let me listen to your story from you. And thank you for even allowing me to be part of this. It genuinely is. Open my eyes and challenge me personally as well. And it would be tough for some of the stuff purely from football. I can't wrap my head around how you justify your actions. I'm not going to sit here and be like, now I've listened to him, I understand. Like, you have talent. One of the smartest people I know. I've only known him 2 days. So for me, it's like, genuinely, thank you, man. Like, lucky. Best of the days I've had in a long time. Is everyone happy? This is my guy, man. Give me some love, man. Pleasure. Sleep on the way right now.
You're right, I'm breaking.
Sports Strangers Crimes presents Confessions of a Match Fixer was presented by me, Moses Swady, with Troy Dean. It was produced.
My wife and my 5 children. I don't know what to do. How long will we be living through this? We can't keep going. Parents were summoned to schools to pick up their children early. There were threats by phone, he says, that they'll hit Beirut. Some in the capital have been getting recorded messages telling them to go, including staff at Lebanon's information ministry. For months there have been fears of a wider war. Now the waiting is over. It's here. Israel's escalation is a huge risk, and not just for Lebanon, but for the entire Middle East.
Orla Guerin. Speaking to the BBC, the Lebanese Health Minister, Firas Abiad, gave his reaction to the Israeli airstrike.
In the face of this aggression, we have to, all of us, work together and try to provide the best care for our community, especially the innocent people who have been wounded with these attacks. A lot of the Lebanese are rightly upset. The feeling amongst the population is that definitely we do not want to have an escalation, but we feel that this is something that's being pushed upon us.
Meanwhile, Hezbollah has responded, launching more than 200 rockets into northern Israel. Our diplomatic correspondent Paul Adams is there. He told me, although Hezbollah is in crisis, its ability to respond cannot be ignored.
Not only in the areas adjacent to the border, but further away where we are, about 20 miles from the Lebanese border, there is still a very serious risk posed by Hezbollah rockets. We've had multiple alerts throughout the day. We've seen Israel's Iron Dome air defense system busily shooting down incoming rockets. Despite the overwhelming might of the Israeli military, Hezbollah's rockets actually pose more of a threat now than perhaps they did before, although I hasten to add, no one on this side of the border was killed in the course of the day. We did go to a house in a small rural community called Givat Abniyim, where a rocket had come right through the roof of a house, and the owner, David Yitzhak, showed us just how close the explosion had been to the safe room where he and his wife and his daughter were sheltering. Do you feel lucky today?
Yeah. Very lucky. We don't have a war with them. They start with no reason, so now we are giving back. And it will be okay.
And Israel says it cannot put up with a situation like this, hence the rocket fire, the casualties that we've seen today. And it does look as though Hezbollah, if you compare them to the situation they were in this time last week, they've suffered serious setbacks. Also the walkie-talkie and pager attacks, which are widely said to be the work of Israel's security forces. Where's this going?
Yeah, it's been an utterly catastrophic week, the worst week that Hezbollah has experienced in the 40 years of its existence, and it is absolutely reeling. But he still ought to pose a significant threat. They possess tens of thousands of rockets and ballistic missiles, some of them precision-guided, and we haven't seen a great deal of use of that more significant, more dangerous arsenal. And that, of course, is the fear that in retaliation for these catastrophic losses over the past week, Hezbollah will resort to the most fearsome weapons in its arsenal. And if that happens, then it is not just northern Israel that is going to be in a state of high anxiety, but the entire country. I think what the Israelis are trying to do is to hammer Hezbollah so hard and so fast that they simply are unable to respond, and that perhaps they can be persuaded through brute force to cease their attacks. That is the Israeli intention. If it doesn't work, then Israel will be forced to escalate further, possibly including putting Israeli troops back on the ground inside Lebanon for the first time in a quarter of a century, something that I think most Israelis would be rather reluctant to see.
Hamas and Hezbollah are both allies, depending on who you ask, proxies for Iran. When's Iran going to become more involved in this situation?
Well, the conventional wisdom up to now has been that Iran and indeed Hezbollah are reluctant to get sucked into an all-out conflict because it would result almost certainly in the destruction of what Iran regards as a very important military and strategic asset on Israel's northern border. We don't see any evidence at the moment that Iran feels obliged to intervene directly. Of course, Iran has done that earlier this year, and Israel struck back very hard. So, Israel has flexed its muscles, shown its capability to all of its enemies in recent months, and given them plenty to think about. None of that, of course, means that mistakes can't be made, and that leaders can't stumble into a war even though they say they don't want it. That remains possible.
Paul Adams in northern Israel. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has been in New York addressing the United Nations General Assembly before he heads to Washington for a meeting with President Biden. Mr. Zelensky will be at the White House to present what's been described as his plan for victory against Russia 2.5 years after President Putin launched his full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Mr. Zelensky said that Kyiv and the UN had much in common.
Ukraine supports efforts to keep all nations united, safe, and strictly adhere to the UN Charter. Putin has stolen much already, but he will never steal the world's future, I'm sure.
Our diplomatic correspondent James Landell was listening to President Zelensky and joins me now from New York. James, this is the start of an important trip for Mr. Zelensky.
It is, because it's a crucial moment of international diplomacy for him. As you say, he's got this so-called victory plan that he's here to bang the drum for and try and get some support. And that means not just selling it to the United Nations, but most crucially to the Americans. Joe Biden is addressing the UN General Assembly himself tomorrow, so he'll be in the same town as Mr. Zelensky, and then the two men are due to meet in Washington on Thursday. And a lot hangs on it. I mean, Mr. Zelensky is very, very explicit. This entire so-called victory plan depends on the support of Joe Biden, and we're still not clear yet precisely whether that support will be forthcoming.
And of course, Joe Biden won't be president for that much longer.
Well, that's right. I mean, Mr. Zelensky is very explicit, saying that this plan, which is essentially his demand for more financial support, more military support, more security guarantees into the future from the West, is designed to basically send a signal as the strategy goes, send a signal to Moscow, to the Kremlin, that this war is unwinnable, that Western support for Ukraine is steadfast. It puts Ukraine in the strongest possible position for any negotiating position, and essentially persuades President Putin to actually come to that negotiation table. And Mr. Zelensky is very explicit about that. But he says this is all about happening in, the next months, October, November, and December. In other words, while Joe Biden is still president and before his successor comes into office in January. So it is absolutely about the next few months that he wants this thing to come to fruition to get some support.
And he is going to meet both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, he has to do that because the likelihood, one of them is going to be president, and he knows that if he cannot get support from Biden now, then he's going to be possibly in a very different place. So he needs to try and develop a relationship, build support with the two candidates, be as even-handed as he can. But it's pretty clear that what he's asking for now is designed to maximise his position before the possibility of a Trump presidency, because Mr. Trump has been very explicit in saying in the past that he wants there to be a deal, and it's possible that that deal might be one that forces Ukraine to make concessions that it does not wish to make. So what this so-called victory plan is about is trying to strengthen that hand as much as it possibly can. But the thing is, we're still slightly in the dark here. We don't know the precise details of what he's asking for. He says he's going to lay it out for President Biden on Thursday, and then we'll see precisely how the Americans respond.
James, thank you. James Landell. You're listening to the newsroom from the BBC World Service. US prosecutors say the man who allegedly tried to assassinate Donald Trump at his Florida golf course wrote a letter months earlier outlining his murder plan. Ryan Ruth reportedly put the letter in a locked box which was dropped off at the home of an unnamed witness who's now come forward. And North America editor Sarah Smith has more details about the letter.
It was addressed to Dear World, and in it he said, "This was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I failed you. I tried my best and summoned all the gumption I could muster," he said, and then he went on to say, "It's now up to you to finish the job," and he offered $150,000, he said, to anyone who could complete the job. And we learned a bit more as well about how Ryan Ruth had been basically stalking Donald Trump for about a month before this incident. His cell phone was detected several times near both the golf course and Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence in Florida. And on the day itself, when he was arrested, he had been lying in wait in the bushes on the edge of Donald Trump's golf course for up to 12 hours before he was spotted by the Secret Service. And the prosecutors said that he had a clear line of fire at the 6th hole on the golf course. Donald Trump was only about 12 to 15 minutes away from playing that hole. He had a clear line of fire, and it would have been, the prosecutor said, an easy shot, where Ryan Ruth is now going to be detained in custody until a trial.
Sarah Smith in Washington. The boss of the exploration company OceanGate, which operated the Titan submersible lost while diving to the Titanic shipwreck, declared that no one was dying on his watch after he heard safety concerns about the vessel. However, Stockton Rush's confidence didn't save him or the 4 others who died when the craft imploded. His comments emerged in documents released to an inquiry being held by the US Coast Guard. Our science editor Rebecca Morrell has the story.
The transcript details a key meeting that took place at OceanGate's headquarters at Everett in Washington in January 2018. The company's former head of marine operations, David Lockridge, had compiled a report detailing multiple problems with the Titan submersible's design. He'd been called to a meeting to discuss this with the company's CEO, Stockton Rush, and 3 other OceanGate staff members. In the transcript, David Lockridge tells the meeting that his safety concerns had been dismissed by everyone. A heated discussion followed, with Stockton Rush saying he'd been repeatedly told the project wouldn't work. He said he understood this risk. He added he was going into it with his eyes open, and that it was one of the safest things he would ever do. He said he had no desire to die, and no one was dying under his watch. Mr. Lockridge was fired after the meeting. The US Coast Guard has also released a detailed map of the debris field at the bottom of the Atlantic. The sub's last known location was about 400 metres from the sea floor and 300 metres from the bow of the Titanic. After the implosion, fragments of the sub were scattered over hundreds of metres, ranging from smaller components like the thrusters and weights to larger sections of the front and back dome, which were recovered to study how the sub failed.
Albania says it will create a sovereign microstate within its capital as a headquarters for the Bektashi sect of Islam. The planned territory would be the smallest country in the world. With the details, is our regional editor Paul Moss.
It's nearly 100 years since members of Turkey's Bektashi sect fled the country after their places of worship had been closed down and their traditions suppressed. Theirs is a mystic version of Islam with influences of Sufism and an openness to other faiths and traditions, and this has meant they often found themselves at odds with the Muslim establishment. Most Bektashi settled in nearby Albania, where they eventually built an international headquarters on the outskirts of the capital, Tirana. Now, the Albanian Prime Minister is offering the Bektashi the chance to make this a sovereign nation-state, albeit one only about the size of 15 football pitches. Creating a Bektashi state would probably require Albania to change its constitution, which in turn needs a vote in parliament. But the Bektashi already have firm plans for their new nation. It will issue its own passports in green, and its religious leaders insist that alcohol will be allowed, while women will be free to dress how they want. Only clerics and administrators will be eligible for citizenship, but they promise that what would be the smallest country on the planet will still serve as an international beacon of inclusion and religious harmony.
Paul Moss. 5 people have been arrested in Spain for allegedly defrauding women out of hundreds of thousands of dollars by pretending to be one of Hollywood's biggest stars, Wendy Urquhart reports.
Internet scams are nothing new, but these suspects allegedly went to great lengths to target their victims. First, they scouted the internet fan pages of celebrities. Then they studied the social network pages of potential victims, gathered background information, and made a psychological profile of women who they thought were emotionally vulnerable. Posing as Brad Pitt, they contacted their victims via the star's fan page, sent them emails and WhatsApp messages, and led them to believe they were actually developing a serious romantic relationship with the Hollywood A-lister. Once the scammers had hooked the women, they persuaded them to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars in a variety of projects that never actually existed. A victim from the Basque Country was scammed out of $170,000, and another from Andalusia lost nearly $200,000. The scam unravelled when one of the victims contacted the Spanish police, who launched an immediate investigation. Numerous mobile phones, bank cards, computers, and a diary containing phrases used by the fraudsters when they contacted the women were confiscated during raids on the gang's homes. The two ringleaders and 3 other people have been arrested and charged with alleged fraud, money laundering, forgery, and membership of a criminal gang. 10 others from several cities across Spain are still under investigation. The good news is that just under $100,000 of the cash stolen from the women has been recovered. The bad news is that during the investigation, one of the victims discovered that her own son had spent just under $20,000 on her credit card without her permission. He has also been arrested.
Wendy Urquhart. New research has found that octopuses sometimes form hunting packs with fish working together to catch prey. It's believed the arrangement benefits both creatures, with fish scouting out potential prey and then calling on the octopus to use its 8 long arms to reach inside crevices and capture it. But, as Alfie Tobit reports, their relationship isn't always harmonious.
Octopuses are usually considered to be solitary creatures, but this study suggests they may have richer social lives than previously thought. Researchers found they work together with different species of fish when hunting for prey, even making decisions on behalf of the pack and sharing leadership responsibilities. But things don't always go swimmingly. Scientists witnessed octopuses punching fish in the group, apparently as a way of making them work harder and keeping them on task. The authors of the study say it shows that when it comes to sentience, octopuses are closer to humans than previously thought.
Let's return to our main story. Health officials in Lebanon say nearly 500 people, including 35 children, have been killed by Israeli airstrikes on Monday. The Israeli military says more than 1,000 Hezbollah targets were hit. World powers have been urging restraint as both sides appear to be spiralling closer towards an ordered war. From Jerusalem, our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, has this assessment.
From Hezbollah's point of view, what they want to do is to keep on fighting. Fighting Israel is in their DNA, it is why they exist. And while their fight with Israel goes back to the 1980s, this, as you've been hearing, goes back to the day after Hamas attacked Israel. Now, the Israelis have been pushing harder in recent months, escalating steadily, but in the last week, as we've been seeing, it's been going much, much harder and faster. And while they have inflicted some grievous blows on their enemies in Lebanon, the Hezbollah infrastructure is much bigger than that. If you look at Gaza, after nearly 1 year, Israel still hasn't managed, for example, to destroy all the Hamas tunnels that have been built through sand. In Lebanon, they're built through rock, and the south is a much bigger area than Gaza. Israel effectively is gambling. What it's hoping is that by doing what it's doing, it will coerce Hezbollah into stop firing into Israel. I think that is probably unlikely. It means Israel will have to continue escalating. They've already said this is going into a new phase. And the ultimate escalation would be moving troops and tanks into Lebanon. That might be difficult, particularly since their forces, after a year of fighting in Gaza and a lot of violence on the West Bank as well, are tired. And at the moment as well, they need to mobilise more reserves to get to that point.
Jeremy Bowen in Jerusalem ending this edition of the Newsroom.
This is the BBC World Service, bringing you the world's stories. Investigating. We're in the El Garbia region in Egypt to uncover the hidden side of a trade that feeds one of the richest, most exclusive industries in the world. Reporting. I'm reporting from Kazakhstan, where I've come to find out why the Caspian Sea is shrinking at unprecedented speed and what it means for this region.
And uncovering true stories from around the world.
I'm in El Salvador, a Central American country, once known as one of the most dangerous places in the world due to widespread gang violence.
The documentary brings you award-winning journalism, unheard voices, amazing culture, and global issues.
We try to look at the bigger picture.
The documentary at bbcworldservice.com or wherever you get your BBC podcasts.
I'm Ellie House, and I'm in Michigan to look at what's dividing the evangelical church in modern America. And the big issue is reproductive rights.
What used to unify evangelicals politically above almost anything else is now no longer there.
These days, it's not just about abortion, it's IVF too. So what does this mean for America's powerful evangelical movement? BBC News with Danielle Yalgetzer. People in southern Lebanon have been fleeing their homes en masse after extensive Israeli airstrikes on Monday. The Lebanese Health Ministry said nearly 500 people were killed and more than 1,500 injured. Israel says it hit more than 1,000 Hezbollah cruise missile, rocket and drone sites. The Biden administration says it will present concrete plans for ending the crisis in Lebanon at the UN General Assembly in New York this week. The EU's Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell warned that the conflict was turning into a full-fledged war. President Biden has held talks with the leader of the United Arab Emirates, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, on the conflicts in the Middle East and Sudan. The two leaders called for an immediate ceasefire between the Sudanese army and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces. Police in Ghana have arrested a prominent civil society activist who helped organise protests at the weekend against economic hardship and the environmental damage caused by gold mining. Oliver Barker-Vormawor is accused of committing various unlawful acts. A new study shows that the Amazon rainforest has lost an area the size of Germany and France combined to deforestation in 4 decades. The loss has fuelled drought and record wildfires, releasing massive amounts of carbon dioxide. Japan has issued a tsunami warning after a 5.9 magnitude earthquake occurred in a remote Pacific Ocean area around 600 kilometres south of Tokyo. Authorities said waves of up to a metre could be expected at the Izu and Ogasawara Islands. New research has found that octopuses and fish sometimes hunt together. The fish scout out prey and then get the octopuses to reach inside crevices with their long arms. But their relationship isn't always friendly. Octopuses have been seen punching the fish if they're opportunistic or don't work hard enough. BBC News. Welcome to Assignment from the BBC World Service. I'm Ellie House, and in this episode, we're talking about the divisions in the evangelical church in modern America. And that's epitomised here in Grand Rapids, the heart of West Michigan. It's a really buzzing, upmarket city. There's microbreweries, there's jazz playing, there's street murals, and it also feels pretty liberal. But this place is also home to lots of churches. West Michigan is known for its strong conservative evangelical movement. I just stumbled across a liberal protest organised by churches, and just a block away, there was a conservative street preacher talking about sin.
My dear friends, God has promised that He will dash us with a rod of iron.
And that doesn't feel out of place here. You might think of evangelicals in America as one group with shared beliefs and shared politics, but we're learning that it's much more complicated.
So, evangelical is a fussy word these days. It's complicated.
Before we go any further,
What does evangelical actually mean in America? Historically, we've used this word to talk about a church coming from an evangelical tradition. It sees the Bible as the Word of God and seeks to spread the faith among non-believers, to evangelize. All the Christians I meet come from evangelical denominations, but they say the religious term has taken on new political implications.
It's come to mean generally Republican-aligned, conservative in politics.
Last I knew, it's like people who self-identify as evangelical in America, 30% will worship once a month. So I mean, if you're not worshiping, if you're not a part of a church, then really that definition of evangelicalism has been co-opted by a political agenda rather than the agenda of the church.
When you're talking about evangelicals and politics, you cannot avoid mentioning abortion. It's come to symbolize the power of the church in modern America. There's an image of all evangelicals as anti-abortion, picketing clinics or calling women who terminate their pregnancies sinners and worse. But this image isn't representative of most Christians in the US. And because reproductive rights are so significant in American politics, something people on all sides really care about, it's an issue which can also highlight the divisions within evangelical churches.
This is our church, which will go in, and
I've come to Preston Church in Grand Rapids. It's part of the Christian Reformed Church, a Calvinist denomination that's big in West Michigan. We're in a hip suburb, dotted with stickers saying, "Keep Preston funky." The pastor is Heather Strobisher.
I would definitely consider myself pro-choice. I am not comfortable with the government making decisions that have to do with governing a woman's body.
So how did you come to that stance as a Christian and as a pastor?
I think I evolved into that position, maybe through experience and education and being a woman.
Over 30 years ago, when Heather was a young woman in California with no plans to become a preacher, she had an unplanned pregnancy.
Abortion was not even in my goals. It wasn't something I even considered as an option.
Just didn't even wasn't even a question.
Nope. I knew from the beginning that I both could not be a single parent, but I also could not terminate this pregnancy. It was a crisis moment for me. It was a crisis of faith.
Heather put the baby up for adoption, but this experience shaped both her relationship with God and her politics.
The day I went to find out if I was pregnant, I went to a clinic. I was in Long Beach, California, and when I was sitting there waiting to get the results of my pregnancy test, I realized I was at an abortion clinic, or they were performing abortions there, and I felt sick to my stomach. And I got out of there, I went home, and I curled up in a ball, and I cried and cried and cried. And I just begged God to let me die. And I heard a voice in my head from God, I believe it was God's voice, telling me, "I've got you. Are you ready?"
Some people might be confused by the fact that you're pro-choice, yet when you were in an abortion clinic, you felt sick.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk me through that?
I find that curious myself. I had a right to choose what I was going to do, and I made a choice that made sense to me. That doesn't automatically put me in the pro-life camp because I didn't have an abortion, and that doesn't sit well with many people of faith because they have particular perspectives on where life begins, and so it's complicated.
Where does life begin? This is what it all comes down to. Why the politics of reproductive rights is considered a religious issue, and something that I was surprised to learn not all evangelicals agree on.
I think about the scripture that talks about how I knew you before you were formed in the womb. So wouldn't that presuppose that life began even before the womb? So how can we say, "I've got it, life began in this moment"? We're asking for a theological answer to a scientific question to suggest that we have the power to begin and end life in such a way that we can force God's hand. It's a much more expansive question.
So you're saying that kind of life
is longer than the time we spend here on earth.
Absolutely.
And that's something that the Bible tells us.
So pro-choice evangelicals do exist, albeit in a minority. But even among those Christians who are staunchly anti-abortion, there are differing views on how to fight the battle and what to do next.
We've just pulled in to Charity Baptist Church in rural West Michigan. It's a really low, long building, quite flat, and it's got a white steeple with a cross at the top at the very front. You can see it as you drive in. This church is surrounded by fields and woodland. It really feels like we're in the countryside here.
Well, I'm Daniel Taylor, and I'm the chair of the deacons here at Charity Baptist Church in Paris, Michigan.
It's part of the Southern Baptist Convention, a generally conservative, fundamentalist denomination, and the largest evangelical Protestant group in the US.
Would you describe yourself as pro-life?
Yes. To me, it means that each individual was created by God with an intent, a purpose, and has the image of God within them, and so must be treated with respect in all forms of life.
In 2022, the US Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in a landmark ruling that reversed the nearly 50-year-old protection of abortion rights in America. But for many pro-lifers like Daniel, this verdict, known as the Dobbs decision, didn't feel like a massive victory, because Michigan was one of 3 states that changed their constitutions to enshrine abortion rights in response to Dobbs. Voters here overwhelmingly supported this move.
And so you begin to realize that laws are only useful when they reflect the attitudes of the majority of people. I think the best way for us who are on the pro-life side to move the culture in a direction that is pro-life is not law. I think it's conversation. I think it's persuasion.
As someone who's in the pro-life movement, how has it felt seeing the kind of aftermath of Dobbs?
Politically, it's been very interesting because what used to unify evangelicals politically above almost anything else is now no longer there. And so the Southern Baptist Convention now is embroiled in a debate over exactly what our position should be in a post-Dobbs world.
So it's actually almost surprisingly caused more division within the denomination.
Yes, I think so.
So that we may receive mercy and find
This division played out for the world to see this summer at the Southern Baptist Convention's annual meeting. It's a big deal, seen as a bellwether of American evangelicalism.
What's the mood like when you're there?
Oh gosh, for some people they're there to worship, and they're there to really enjoy. I would say most people. There are some people that are clearly only there for the fight.
The fight that made headlines across America this year was about a proposal for the church to publicly oppose IVF, a fertility treatment which can involve freezing and sometimes destroying embryos.
Technologies and the dignity of the human embryo. You will find this resolution on page 13.
This issue emerged as the latest frontier in the reproductive rights war earlier this year, when an Alabama court ruled that frozen embryos should be considered people. Daniel Taylor was a key player in the debate at the meeting in Indiana.
When did you first sort of come across IVF as a moral question?
The year 2000 in my college biology class, and being raised pro-life, I remember my first thought was, boy, they're producing a lot of embryos. You know, I hope they have a plan for that.
Where is it in the Bible that kind of, the Bible doesn't talk about IVF or abortion
or computers.
Or computers. So yeah, what part of the Bible are you looking at to sort of help inform these views?
It's important to go back to principles. And so in the book of Genesis, we learn that God made people in his image. And just like if I had a picture of my wife and I started to destroy it, well, that says something about my feelings about my wife very strongly. In addition, the Psalms, David, of course, writes, formed me in the womb, you knew me. So it's clear in the scriptures that God has a plan for that little one-celled fertilized egg.
But Daniel's views on IVF changed when 2 close friends used the treatment to have a child, his godson.
I saw how difficult it was on the family, how expensive, how physically overwhelming it was for the mother in the situation. They had 6 embryos that met the standard of viability, where potentially they could implant in the uterus and be born. And they saw to it to make sure that all 6 of those viable embryos were transferred to their uterus. And that's when I realized, okay, what I've thought about this is wrong. It's not open and shut.
So it all really comes down to what happens to the embryos.
I think so.
And if all of the embryos, even if they're frozen for time, are given the opportunity to be born, whether that's in the mother's uterus or adopted and given to someone else,
yes,
that to you is then consistent with Christian values and pro-life?
I would say so, yes.
This story inspired Daniel to stand up in front of 10,000 of his brethren at the annual meeting this summer, calling for the Southern Baptist Convention to soften its proposed stance on IVF.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in favor of this amendment out of both a heart for the unborn and for those stricken with infertility, like 2 friends of mine, a God-fearing Christian couple who ethically and morally used in vitro fertilization, or IVF, at great sacrifice and expense to themselves, driven by the love of a child not yet born.
Proposed resolution in its final form seemed to single out IVF because of the freezing of human embryos as being especially incompatible with a pro-life ethic. That's why I brought my amendment. It would have made the resolution deal less with absolutes and more with the gray areas that we're living in.
I request this resolution be amended because, in its original form, the resolution would castigate and condemn the entirely moral and ethical actions of these 2 friends of mine, calling their faithful sacrifice, struggle, and blessing a wicked thing. It would also...
I don't want to have to explain to my godson in 10 years that the church I belong to thinks he's somehow less than legitimate. Which it doesn't. I'm not trying to cast with too wide a brush, but I was very concerned because the resolution seemed to imply that a child who was born of IVF, something was wrong, and I just couldn't accept that.
I urge you to join me in affirming the ethical use of IVF while condemning its misuse by supporting
I sat down, all kinds of people just saying, well said, good job. It was clear that this was not an open and shut situation where I was one person speaking against the multitude. This was a pretty divided house.
Others spoke equally fierce in their condemnation of the fertility treatment.
My name is Malika Hall, and I'm a messenger from Oak Grove Baptist Church in Paducah, Kentucky. In addition to my living children, I am the mother of 4 babies that I never got to hold. 2 of those babies we adopted as embryos. They were created in a lab, frozen, left over from someone else's IVF cycle, donated, thawed, and then transferred into my womb, where they died before I could even hear their hearts beating. Those are chilling phrases to describe a human being created in the image of God. I pray that more Christians will see the truth presented here and advocate for the freezing of embryos to stop, and also rise up to adopt the embryos in limbo in the freezers. Thank you.
Daniel didn't succeed, and the Southern Baptists voted to strongly oppose the use of IVF. It's not a ban, but it's a historic statement showing that the post-Dobbs Church is far from unified on reproductive rights.
I couldn't stop thinking about my godson, and I don't cry very much, but there were tears in my eyes as I walked out. I was a bit beaten.
Daniel Taylor is a moderate within his church denomination on this issue, but some other evangelicals would go further. I've come to Hastings Church of the Nazarene, a small town church from the Methodist tradition. Daniel Constrom is the reverend here. As he leads the service, congregants pray out loud and lift up their hands to the sky.
So we've got members of our church who are conservative, and we've got members who are not, and kind of everything in between. And I think there's a particular beauty to that.
Danny rejects both the terms pro-life and pro-choice as unhelpful.
Personally, I don't desire that any child be aborted. Yet I recognize that there are extenuating circumstances. I have a hard time making the case that life begins at conception. Simply for biological reasons, there are thousands of fertilized eggs that are lost simply because they did not attach to the wall of a uterus. And I don't know that when that fertilized egg and that cluster of 4 or 8 cells is flushed down the toilet, that is a death of some kind. So the earliest that I'm willing to concede that there would be life would be at implantation.
It's interesting, you're talking about that. It's a very scientific understanding. Does the scripture come into your understanding of when life begins at all?
Well, sure. I mean, there's the psalmist who says, I knew you, I formed you in your mother's womb. But then at other times, in the scriptures, life begins at breath. When God creates, he breathes and speaks things into being. So it's not that it doesn't have anything to say, but I think it says a lot, and we need to be rather intentional with the whole biblical witness and not cherry pick our way to a particular position.
Danny's view on IVF has been shaped by this approach to faith and his own experience. He and his wife tried to have a baby unsuccessfully for 6 years before turning to fertility treatments. But even then, they faced a series of disappointments.
So there was a Sunday when we found out we weren't pregnant, and then I had to come over to the church and lead a worship service, and I was just in shambles. I had nothing, and so I just had to tell the church, hey, listen, this is what's happened, and I'm here to preach and to do the job that I've been tasked to do, but bear with me this morning. They quite literally surrounded me. They prayed over me and enveloped me with nothing but love, care.
And then his congregation did something extraordinary.
They did a GoFundMe, and they raised enough money for us to do IVF. So they literally paid for 2 rounds of IVF. There was no question, no debate, no wrestling with it.
And was it successful in the end?
Well, yes, it was. So first round of IVF failed. Second round of IVF, we were just so incredibly happy to get pregnant and for it to stick. And so that was our first daughter. And then 2 years later, we were just kind of surprised that we got pregnant again.
I met Danny's little girls at the service, a 4 and a 2-year-old wearing matching dresses and lilac bows in their hair.
Our firstborn is non-stop, all energy. She's very intelligent. Our secondborn is she's a spitfire. She's a little bit of a wrecking ball, but she's also very smart, and she has a little bit of a rebel streak in her, which I think she gets from her father.
A growing young family, Danny and his wife kept some embryos frozen at the fertility clinic, leaving the option to have another child open. But everything changed with the dog's ruling. Danny could sense that the tide was turning on reproductive rights, and that the focus would soon shift to the fate of embryos in IVF centres.
And so we made the decision to withdraw our embryos simply because there was a lot of questions about when will life be defined by the courts, and then what implications could there be for people who have unimplanted embryos.
How did you feel when you heard the dog's decision?
Personally, I was sad that it was going to interrupt a lot of families who were in the process of pursuing IVF. And befuddled that a pro-life posture would end up making it harder for people to have kids.
It's clear that despite the overturning of Roe v. Wade and Michigan's new constitutional abortion protections, this isn't a settled debate, even within the church. And looming over all of our conversations is November the 5th, the first presidential election in a post-Dobbs world. What do these fractures in the evangelical world mean for politics? I've come to Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, a wealthy Detroit suburb that's home to 6 different golf courses, to meet Jason Rowe, Republican strategist. His party has come to see itself as the champion of evangelical politics, a story 50 years in the making.
I think you go back to Roe v. Wade as, I think, planting the seeds of evangelical political activity. But it was post-76 and the rise of Ronald Reagan and modern conservatism in the United States that I think galvanized evangelicals as part of a 3-stool coalition within the right.
Evangelical campaigners, calling themselves the Moral Majority and later Christian Coalition, worked to gain influence within the Republican Party.
In the 90s is when it really accelerated, and there was definitely, I think, a motivation to eradicate the party of pro-choice Republicans. And so I think certainly the party became
far more influenced by evangelicals.
Do you think that that relationship is defined by the fight over abortion?
I think more than any other issue, yes.
But polls consistently suggest that the majority of the American public supports legal abortion in all or most cases.
We see a fight going on right now between the Trump campaign and a lot of the evangelical voters over the platform, because Trump wants a more watered down platform on abortion. And so, you know, the pro-life movement's not going to go away now because of the Dobbs decision. They're going to retool and go fight where there are fights to be fought.
As we've heard, IVF is the new fight.
Right now, I think it is very much fringy, but you can't ignore that it is something that Republicans have to contend with. I will say, I think Republican leaders moved pretty swiftly to try to cut off the oxygen on that debate.
Donald Trump said that he supports the availability of fertility treatments like IVF in every state in America. But still, the spectre of a potential limit to IVF is seen as a mobilizing issue. On the first morning in my Detroit hotel, I saw a TV ad from a Democrat campaign vowing to protect the procedure from attacks.
I think it becomes a threatening anecdote to a swing voter or someone that cares about these things, that the idea, well, wait a minute, they could do that if they wanted to. So I still think it has, you know, political currency for Democrats.
Could you ever see a scenario in which the evangelical vote is separated from the Republican Party?
No, I just think the hostility within the Democratic coalition towards traditional values is just, it's so obnoxious to them that I don't ever see that changing.
White evangelical Protestants make up about a third of registered Republican voters, the largest religious group in the party, and evangelicals overwhelmingly supported Donald Trump at the last election. But there are Christians working to change this, and they see a world where Republicans can't count on the evangelical vote.
My name is Nick Brock. I'm the executive director of Vote Common Good West Michigan. So what Vote Common Good does is says, hey, we are evangelical voters, and we want to say that, you know, that Trump and those types of politicians, you know, don't align with what we think the Bible says, and we want to provide you a different way, essentially off-ramp from their historical voting patterns.
To point the way, Nick and his team have a list of so-called common good candidates, mostly Democrats. Nick is a pro-choice evangelical, but when he's out campaigning, he's not talking about reproductive rights. That's too divisive, he says. He's talking about one of the many other ideological fissures within the church. Should Christians in America seek worldly or political supremacy?
Jesus did not come, in my view, to set up America as a Christian nation, or really any nation to become a particular Christian nation. I don't want Christians, Vote Common Good does not want Christians using biblical verses to make bills and legislation. Now, scripture, whether it's biblical scripture or the Quran or whatever, can be used as a kind of philosophy, a life ethos, and that's what we encourage people to do and think from, but not for it to say, you know, God says this, therefore it must be law.
Whether it's abortion rights, IVF, the role of the church in politics, or the role of politics in the church, whether it's debating Donald Trump's Christian credentials, evangelicals are not all on the same page. They might have entered politics as one voting bloc, but that doesn't mean they will be forever.
Okay, here's Ken Paul. You should meet Ken.
Back at Heather Strobish's church in Grand Rapids, we bump into Ken, who's been part of the congregation for over 50 years, and he says Christians should focus on what unites them, rather than on the issues that divide.
And why are you still here? Because not everything the church has decided would have been your choice.
It's a choice of priorities for me. What is it that you love? John 3:16 has to be central to the message of the church.
And just to remind you, what is John 3:16?
God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, that whosoever believes on him shall not perish but have eternal life. That's the gospel, the good news.
See, I thought John 3:16 was, I just kicked your ass. I know that not. But John 3:16 says, I just kicked your ass. 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 I just kicked your Good night. Hope you don't miss the She did okay. She did okay. Bye.
From the very, very old to the very, very new, everybody gets a choice. All you have to do is choose. We look after the price. Hot Swap 7.
Swap your old gas fire for a new Hot Swap 7 at British Gas Northwestern.
From the very, very old to the very, very new, everybody gets a choice.
The Hot Swap 7 fires, only £132 each fitted and working after a £10 allowance on your old fire. Pay £10 down and nothing more till February. See the Hot Swap 7 in your gas showroom now.